Chapter 132, You Bothered Me. Chapter 132, You Bothered Me. Zhu Yu took action before Jian Meng'er and Meng Yu were still standing there. An awe-inspiring spirit fiercely burst out. Apparently, what Zhu Yu showed was the boundless heaven sword art, one of the 4 sword arts of the Tianyuan sword sect. With a raging chop, his long sword displayed a tremendous power. Haha, that's a joke. Su Bao grinned and then clenched his big hand, generating a terrifying spiritual power in his palm. In the next moment, a straightforward fist struck out. It seemed like a giant elephant was dashing toward them. The fist struck the long sword, making the sword and its blade bend. Then, Su Bao's powerful fist continued moving toward Zhu Yu. What? Zhu Yu was shocked. He did not expect that the move he earnestly studied would be brushed aside so easily. The fist struck Zhu Yu. Puff! A large mouthful of blood immediately ejected from Zhu Yu's mouth as his body was launched backward. Zhu Yu! Meng Yu was shocked. Schwab, a straightforward sword shadow, instantly pierced toward Su Bao's throat cunningly. Good. With a brilliant smile, Su Bao took a large step and clenched his right fist. A frightening power ran through his burly arm, spurting out. An overwhelming fist with a stronger power. Bang! The same scene happened again. A great amount of blood ejected from Meng Yu's mouth, and in the process of his retreat, he bumped the bench beside him. Due to the horrible impact, one of the benches was thrown by the incredible force. Coincidentally, the direction in which this bench was thrown was precisely where the black-robed swordsman Saturday. Detecting the bench that was flying towards him, the black-robed swordsman immediately waved his hand, radiating enough spiritual power to break it into pieces. I just want to drink quietly, but you are bothering me. The cold voice of the black-robed swordsman abruptly sounded in the inn. Everyone present quickly looked toward black-robed swordsman while frowning. The news that Sword Marquee Mansion would compete with the fierce Beast Gang in Celestial Immortal residence today had spread long ago. Thus, no guests would come to Celestial Immortal residence today, but the black-robed swordsman had stayed here all the day. When the 2 groups of people arrived there just now, they also noticed the black-robed swordsman, but they didn't care about him. But now, this guy, Jian Meng'er, slightly frowned. The moment she saw the figure of the black-robed swordsman, she felt very familiar as if they were an acquaintance, but she couldn't tell why. Actually, she should be familiar with him, because the real identity of the black-robed swordsman was Jian Wushuang, who had given her nightmares many times over these last 3 years. Jian Wushuang simply pulled his bamboo hat down so that nobody could see his appearance. I'm talking to you. Jian Wushuang's voice sounded again. You have bothered me. What should you do? Hearing these words, all the people from Sword Marquee Mansion were stunned. Unlike them, Su Bao yelled directly, You reckless bastard, get out! When yelling at Jian Wushuang, Su Bao reached toward him with his big hand at the same time. It seemed that Su Bao was going to grab Jian Wushuang's throat and throw him directly from the window. But the instant Su Bao approached Jian Wushuang, whoosh! A fierce sword light swept by. Incredibly fast. The flash vanished immediately. Nobody was able to see the orbit of the sword light clearly. What they just saw was a fleeting sword light. Jian Wushuang was still drinking at the table and deliberately swirled the wine in his glass. However, Su Bao, who was originally going to grab Jian Wushuang's throat, was suddenly stiff. What happened? Why is that guy standing still? Zhu Yu said, feeling a little stunned. Shut up, Jian Meng'er said angrily. Zhu Yu was startled by this. Dead. Su Bao is dead. Jian Xinhong said with astonished eyes, Can't you see the blood leaking from Su Bao's neck? He was killed in just one move. What? Meng Yu, Zhu Yu, and those warriors from Sword Marquee Mansion were all shocked. Yes, there is bloodstain. His aura began to dissipate. Is he really dead? Everyone was stunned. It should be known that it was Su Bao who attacked Mengyu and Zhuyu with successive fists and caused them serious wounds, which showed his strength. However, he was killed by only one move in an instant. Plop! Eventually, the corpse of Su Bao fell down weakly. Third brother! A heartrending and shrill growl sounded. It shocked the Sword Marquis mansion, but it riled up the fierce beast gang. Su Long and Su, who were startled and angry in particular, they stared at Jian Wushuang in rage, with an amazing killing intent. You killed my third brother, so I will take your life. Su Long immediately became furious. The husky figure violently rushed forward while releasing an aura as fearsome as a huge beast, which instantly overwhelmed the audience. As soon as they detected the aura, both Mengyu and Zhuyu instantly turned pale. Before that, they thought they were able to compete with Su Long, or maybe even defeat and kill him if all three of them worked together. But now, they realized how absurd and naive they were. Su Long didn't attack them at all. The mere release of his aura was enough to instantly frighten them, causing them to lose the courage required to fight against him. Too strong. Is that the strength of an expert on the earthly dragon list? Mengyu and Zhuyu gaped as they saw what was happening. Jian Menger also stared with a solemn face. The moment Su Long rushed forward, a sword light flashed again. The sword light was beautiful and charming, as if intoxicating. The sword light was gliding. It seemed to be moving very slowly, but it was magnified in the depths of Su Long's eyes. A hint of fear rose in Su Long's eyes. Then that sword light glided through his chest. While wearing the bamboo hat and hiding his face as much as possible, Jian Wushuang had already appeared behind Su Long with some blood dripping from the edge of his triple kill sword. Su Long's figure became stiff, with his fearsome aura completely vanishing in an instant. Then he turned his head dully and slowly spoke in broken words. Who are you? Just then, plop. Su Long fell down directly. Jian Wushuang pulled his bamboo hat down and glanced at the second oldest Su, who, the only existing one of the three Su brothers. Both your elder brother and young brother died. Now it's your turn. As soon as his voice fell, a beautiful sword light flashed once again. Su, who stared with round eyes, falling down the next moment. Chapter 133, Jian Wushuang? Chapter 133, Jian Wushuang. Silence. The entire restaurant was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Well, everyone from Sword Marquis Mansion and the fierce beast gang who were still alive were all stunned. Were the well-known three Su brothers of Tianyin province dead? The third oldest Su Bao was the first one to take action, defeating Mengyu and Zhuyu while seriously wounding them with 2 consecutive punches. However, he was also the first one to die, being killed in just 1 move. Next, the boss Su Long attacked by himself. As he was ranked on the earthly dragon list, the instantaneous release of his aura frightened everyone present. However, he was also killed in a single move. As for the second oldest, Su, who he hadn't even taken action before, was killed in 1 move. The 3 Su brothers were defeated in only 3 moves. 1 for each of them. There was no room for struggling. What kind of strength was it? Horrifying. Terrifying. Everyone looked at the black-robed swordsman in alarm. It was this black-robed swordsman that killed the 3 Su brothers within a moment. Dang! 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 The black-robed swordsman walked towards the direction where people from the Sword Marquis Mansion were gathered. At that moment, everyone from Sword Marquis Mansion held their breath. Both Mengyu and Zhuyu cleared their throats and trembled slightly. Everyone understood that the black-robed swordsman, who was able to kill the 3 Su brothers easily, was also able to kill anyone here easily. The black-robed swordsman walked slowly, but he didn't intend to attack anyone. He walked towards the stairs and just happened to pass by Jian Ming'er. There was also a hint of fear in her heart. When the black-robed swordsman passed by and didn't continue to attack, she felt relieved. But then she noticed the long sword he carried. "Ah, what's that?" Jian Ming'er's pupil suddenly shrank. She had practiced with that long sword for 2 months, so she was quite familiar with it. "The triple kill sword, it's the triple kill sword." Jian Ming'er recognized it immediately. Then she shouted, "Jian Wushuang, you are Jian Wushuang." The black-robed swordsman, who was going downstairs, stopped abruptly, but it was only for an instant. Then he continued to walk downstairs. "Jian Wushuang," Jian Ming'er shouted with her hands clenching. "Ming'er, what the hell are you talking about?" Jian Xinhong shouted abruptly. "Jian Wushuang died 3 years ago. How could he be here?" "Mansion master?" Jian Ming'er looked at Jian Xinhong astonishedly. However, Jian Xinhong winked at her. Jian Ming'er frowned and then recovered herself, saying immediately, "Maybe." "You must be wrong," Jian Xinhong shouted in a low voice. "Clean up the corpses of the 3 Su brothers. As long as they are dead, we don't need to worry about the fierce beast gang. As for you," Jian Xinhong coldly looked towards the warriors of the fierce beast gang who were still alive. "Mansion master, please have mercy. We will disband the fierce beast gang immediately. Mansion master, we beg of you, please have mercy." These warriors who just reached the initial gold core realm immediately begged for mercy. "It's ridiculous to beg me for mercy," said Jian Xinhong. Then he sneered and followed with a direct attack. After a few moments, all of the warriors were immediately killed. Afterward, the people from Sword Marquee Mansion began to clean up the corpses. At that time, Jian Xinhong pulled Jian Ming aside and asked her in a low voice, "Ming'er, are you sure that the black-robed swordsman you saw just now was Jian Wushuang? His face was hidden under the bamboo hat, so I wasn't able to see it clearly." Jian Ming'er shook her head and continued speaking. "But I recognized the sword he carried. It was the same triple kill sword that I practiced with for 2 months. What's more, I could feel a hint of familiarity from the figure of the black-robed swordsman. Thus, I'm quite sure that he is Jian Wushuang." "He is definitely Jian Wushuang. The triple kill sword and his figure are the evidence. Jian Wushuang always has the triple kill sword, and you felt his figure was familiar. Besides, he also helped us end this disaster by killing the 3 Su brothers." Jian Xinhong smiled and said, "This guy who disappeared for 3 years has finally come back. But how was he able to acquire such great strength?" Jian Ming'er looked a bit unnatural. How could he be so strong? An expert like Su Long, who was ranked on the earthly dragon list, was also killed by Jian Wushuang with only 1 move. Only 1 move. How could his strength be so incredible? Even her senior brother, Ling Feng, whom she considered as her Mr. Right, was unlikely to kill Su Long in a single move. She came back with confidence, prepared to compete with Jian Wushuang and erase the humiliation she suffered 3 years ago. However, the gap between them became wider and wider, which made her almost desperate. It now appeared that was a joke. That bastard! How did he make such great progress? It was hard for Jian Ming'er to accept the facts, but her only choice was to believe it. Jian Wushuang left Celestial Immortal Residence and walked out into the street. But he couldn't help glancing backward at the Celestial Immortal Residence, shaking his head secretly. Although I deliberately hid my face and even changed the voice, Jian Ming'er was still able to recognize me. It was because of the triple kill sword that she was able to recognize me. Jian Wushuang could do nothing about this. However, even though he was recognized, he didn't intend to stay behind and chat with them. If he went back to Sword Marquee Mansion with his true identity, it would be a disaster for Sword Marquee Mansion, just like what happened 3 years ago, or even worse. Anyway, Sword Marquee Mansion is in good condition and the Sword Pavilion is still there. So it's fine. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Just now, he noticed that there were some experts following Jian Xinhong from Sword Marquee Mansion, because they had the marks of Sword Pavilion on their clothes. It proved that the Sword Pavilion still existed in Sword Marquee Mansion. Jian Wushuang stayed there for another day. He didn't feel relieved until after the 3 Su brothers were dead and the whole fierce beast gang was completely torn apart by Sword Marquee Mansion. After that, he went to the gladiator arena to visit Bai Chong. Jian Wushuang was thankful to Bai Chong. Not only did Bai Chong help him when he was young, Bai Chong also helped hold back the assassins with a group of experts from the gladiator arena when he was being chased by Blood Feather Tower 3 years ago. Anyway, Jian Wushuang owed him a lot. However, it was a pity Jian Wushuang was unable to meet Bai Chong at the gladiator arena. It was said that Bai Chong left Bahui Commandery 3 years ago and no one knew where he was. Jian Wushuang could also do nothing about this. He also left at that night. After resting assured about Sword Marquee Mansion, he was going to get his revenge on Blood Feather Tower. The day I return is the day all you demons die. Now he was back. Chapter 134, Clearwater Stronghold. Chapter 134, Clearwater Stronghold. In one of the Golden Dragon subsidiary palaces in Tianyin Province, Jian Wushuang, still dressed in black and wearing a bamboo hat, directly came to the counter and took out his token from Dragon Palace. "Sir, come with me, please." After the blue-haired woman at the front counter saw the token, she immediately led Jian Wushuang into a private room. "Give me all the files on Blood Feather Tower within my access permission, including strongholds of Blood Feather Tower in Tianyin Province, the number of experts, and the strength of those strongholds, etc. Besides that, give me a copy of the Earthly Dragon list as well," Jian Wushuang said. The Earthly Dragon list would be renewed every once in a while. Since 2 years had passed, the list should have changed a lot. "Yes, sir," the blue-haired woman nodded and said. Soon she gave Jian Wushuang a lot of files. Jian Wushuang read them carefully. "Oh, it is as I expected. Blood Feather Tower did suffer a desperate revenge after the battle on Quiet Moon Lake." Jian Wushuang smiled slightly when he saw the information about the battle. When Dragon Palace heard of his death, the 2 palace masters of Dragon Palace, along with many top experts, retaliated against Blood Feather Tower in a full-scale attack. Many strongholds of Blood Feather Tower in Tianzong Dynasty suffered a bloodbath and lots of experts were killed, which was one of the few setbacks Blood Feather Tower had gone through. But it just lasted for 2 months and suddenly died down. Blood Feather Tower had undoubtedly been in danger and was about to be destroyed. But why did everything suddenly die down? Jian Wushuang didn't understand. If there was no particular reason, they would not have stopped so easily. It seems that the background of Blood Feather Tower is not as simple as it seems, Jian Wushuang thought. Then he looked at another file. It was about the distribution of strongholds of Blood Feather Tower in Tianyin Province and their strength. It said that the strength of Blood Feather Tower is much weaker because of the bloodbath 2 years ago. Now they behaved more carefully than before, and their strongholds are located at easier to conceal places. Even Golden Dragon Palace could only locate 3 strongholds of Blood Feather Tower in Tianyin Province. It astonished Jian Wushuang. It should be known that Tianyin Province was an important place for Blood Feather Tower. However, there were as many as 108 commanderies in Tianyin Province. How could they run it well with only 3 strongholds? They need at least a dozen. But their strongholds were secluded. Even as the best at collecting information in Tianzong Dynasty, Golden Dragon Palace could only locate 3 of their strongholds. Among the 3, 2 of them were small. Only the last one was an important one. Clearwater Stronghold. Jian Wushuang squinted. Clearwater Stronghold, located in Clearwater Commandery of Tianyin Province. there were a lot of copper-masked and silver-masked assassins, as well as many golden-masked assassins. Most importantly, there were 2 purple-masked assassins and an intelligence director in it. While in those 2 small strongholds, there were only a couple of golden-masked assassins. Jian Wushuang was not interested in them at all. Blood Feather Tower has established a well-defined intelligence system. Once I take action, Blood Feather Tower will notice immediately. It's impossible to get a second chance. Therefore, the action must be fast, relentless, and bring a great loss. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. Losing some gold-masked assassins was nothing to Blood Feather Tower, who was one of the 3 hegemons in Tianzong Dynasty. They would not care. However, it would be different if they lost some purple-masked assassins. Especially in the battle 2 years ago, Blood Feather Tower had paid a huge price, which made purple-masked assassins even more important. If Jian Wushuang could kill several purple-masked assassins this time, it would definitely be a big loss for Blood Feather Tower. These 2 purple-masked assassins are in the Yinyang Void Realm, but only the initial Yinyang Void Realm. They are about the same as the purple-masked assassin who was severely wounded. Even his right hand was disabled by me near Quiet Moon Lake 2 years ago. It's possible to kill them both, Jian Wushuang thought. An assassin's strength in the same realm could vary. Some were stronger and some were weaker. These 2 purple-masked assassins in Clearwater Stronghold were weaker ones. 2 years ago, Jian Wushuang severely hurt and almost killed a purple-masked assassin with his soul-devouring secret skill. Now, even without using it, he was quite sure that he could kill them with only his comprehension in sword essence. I will take Clearwater Stronghold, Jian Wushuang decided. Of course, the reason he targeted Clearwater Stronghold was not only because of those 2 purple-masked assassins, but also because of another man. He was the one who was in charge of the intelligence system there. His name was Ning. Jian Wushuang would never forget him. 3 years ago, some assassins from Blood Feather Tower chased him from Sword Marquee Mansion, and their leader was Ning. What's more, it was he who poisoned his aunt with the heart-biting poison, which had tortured his aunt for years. His aunt was caught by Ning at that time, and he didn't know how his aunt was doing now. Ning, you old bastard! Jian Wushuang's eyes were ice cold. Then he called the blue-haired woman and told her, "Prepare me a griffin and something special." A huge rift in Clearwater Commandery. It was a remote rift embosomed in hills. As usual, few people came here, not even to pass by. In the thick woods at the center of the rift was a huge courtyard. It was Clearwater Stronghold, a quite important place for the top assassin organization in Tianzong Dynasty, Blood Feather Tower. On the top of a mountain in the rift, Jian Wushuang stood quietly, dressed in black and wearing a bamboo hat. Watching through the void, his cold eyes stared at the courtyard below. Blood Feather Tower has heavy security. To enter the stronghold, assassins of Blood Feather Tower have to signal one another, and the password alternates every day. Besides that, the killers are well trained. It is impossible to sneak in by getting the password from them. The only way to get in was kill his way in. A stream of killing intent could be seen rising from his body. At this moment, thunder growled over the void and the sky became dark. Then a heavy rain began falling a second later. The rain fell on the ground and the earth got wet. It raining, palm outstretched. Jian Wushuang felt the rain slapping on the back of his hands. Since the weather is favoring me, let me enjoy slaughtering them in the heavy rain. Jian Wushuang changed into a straw rain cape. Then he grabbed his sword and directly walked toward the huge courtyard in the center of the rift. Chapter 135, Attacking and Killing in the Heavy Rain, Part 1. Chapter 135, Attacking and Killing in the Heavy Rain, Part 1. Swoosh! The heavy rain relentlessly poured onto the ground. At the center of a rift, there was a large courtyard consisting of an inner court and an outer court. Under the roof of the outer court Many figures in black robes were standing or sitting on the ground. All of them wore masks, in which most of them were copper masks. There was only a small number of silver masks and 4 gold masks. There was no sound in the outer court except for the rain. Even the assassins of Blood Feather Tower that gathered there remained quiet. While behind the gate, right in the front of the courtyard, a silver-masked assassin was standing with folded arms. He raised his head and looked up at the dim void. "When will the rain stop?" The silver-masked assassin murmured. Suddenly, boom! The door behind him was blown open and flew straight ahead. What the hell? The silver-masked assassin, standing behind the door, was the first to be attacked. It was because he was so close to the door that he couldn't get away from it when it came flying at him. Bang! The big and heavy door hit him, which heavily injured him. He instantly spat out blood as he flew back, landing in the center of the courtyard. What? The whole courtyard stirred. The assassins of Blood Feather Tower stood up as they all looked toward the gate. A figure wearing a bamboo hat and straw rain cape stood at the door with a long sword on his back. Seeing him, all the assassins' breath turned cold. "Who is it?" An assassin shouted. Jian Wushuang ignored him. He walked slowly to the courtyard, 1 step at a time. Each step was firm and steady, as if it contained magic power. Buzz! The raindrops gathered on the ground and rippled. The waves changed constantly, which made the assassins of Blood Feather Tower feel like the world was disappearing. They could only see the changing waves, the slowly walking Jian Wushuang, and the powerful sword essence radiating from him. What's that? What kind of trick is this? All of them were astonished. They didn't know that it was just an extreme use of the sword essence of Water Drop. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang stopped and slightly raised his head, showing a bright and handsome face under the bamboo hat. However, his face was cold and his dark eyes were full of killing intent, as if a sharp weapon was aiming towards them. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang swiftly arrived in front of the dozens of killers who were closest to him. Chew! Ice cold, sword light, flashed at once. At first sight, the sword light was more like a single drop of heavy rain. What's this? Water drop. Such a big water drop. Some of the weaker assassins didn't even react. Be careful! Get out of the way. The assassins who had reacted shouted at them. But it was already too late. Cold sword light flashed and swept past their throats, regardless of whether they were copper-masked assassins or silver-masked assassins. Chi! 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 A total of 13 assassins, among whom 8 were copper-masked assassins and 5 were silver-masked assassins, were killed in a split second. Then, Jian Wushuang swiftly moved again. The cold water drops swept to 5 nearby assassins. 5 sword edges hit 5 killers at the same time, instantly killing them. At this point, they finally realized what was happening. Damn it! Kill him! Kill! There were nearly 100 assassins in the outer courtyard. Though Jian Wushuang had killed 18 in one breath, there were still many assassins coming to kill Jian Wushuang. Among the approaching crowd, the strongest, the 4 gold-masked assassins were at the front. Gold-masked assassins were experts in the exceptional gold core realm. At this moment, the 4 gold-masked assassins closed in on him simultaneously. However, a fierce wind suddenly blew, and those falling raindrops swept over the 4 gold-masked assassins. All of their eyes were filled with terror. Then they all fell at the same time. The strongest, the 4 gold-masked assassins, were killed by one movement of his sword. How can this be possible? How could 4 gold-masked assassins be killed with a single move? What's with this strength? Out of the assassins who were still alive in the area, a lot of silver-masked and copper-masked assassins looked at this in shock. Gold-masked assassins? Jian Wushuang would not spare a glance at them. He could already kill a gold-masked assassin in one move 2 years ago. Now his strength was much better than 2 years ago, so he could obviously kill several gold-masked assassins with a single move now. Next, it is your turn. Jian Wushuang looked around at those silver-masked and copper-masked assassins. The killing intent in his eyes was more intense. Everyone belonging to Blood Feather Tower has to die. Chu! Jian Wushuang moved again. The terrifying water drops in the heavy rain could not be seen clearly, and they easily swept over those assassins. A massacre. A total massacre. Even the 4 strongest gold-masked assassins were killed. The remaining silver-masked and copper-masked assassins had no chance to even defend. While Jian Wushuang was massacring everyone in the outer courtyard, dozens of figures gathered inside a room of the inner courtyard. There were 8 gold-masked assassins and 2 purple-masked assassins. Besides them, there was a purple-robed person who didn't wear a mask, but his status was no lower than the purple-masked assassins. He was an Ing. This time our target is her. An Ing opened a scroll. Detailed information on an expert was written on it. One of the upper elders in Tianyuan sword sect, Guqinghan. An Ying's voice was cold as he continued. The mole we put in Tianyuan sword sect has a high position now, and it is possible for him to take charge of the Tianyuan sword sect as the new head of the Tianyuan sword sect. However, Guqinghan has always gone against him these years. So, she has to die. Hearing that, the gold-masked assassins and 2 purple-masked assassins didn't change their expressions. Upper elders of Tianyuan sword sect. Though they were supreme experts of the Yin-Yang Void Realm, it was not difficult to kill them silently. There are many experts in the Tianyuan sword sect. Several of them have even reached the Yin-Yang Void Realm. It's impossible to kill her in the Tianyuan sword sect, so we have to wait until she comes out of the Tianyuan sword sect. An Ing and the 2 purple-masked assassins were discussing how to secretly kill Guqinghan. However, suddenly they sensed a strong wave of spiritual power and heard many death howls from the outer courtyard. Chapter 136, Attacking and Killing in the Heavy Rain, Part 2. Chapter 136, Attacking and Killing in the Heavy Rain, Part 2. What happened? An Ing asked and frowned. There are enemies attacking, a purple-masked assassin yelled coldly. The door immediately opened. Then an Ing and others came out of the room. As soon as they walked out, they saw a ghostly figure in the outer courtyard that was several hundred meters away. The figure swept through in succession, with a strong sword light and many streaks of sword light flashing. Each streak of sword light had the blood of assassins from Blood Feather Tower on it. There, hurry up! A purple-masked assassin violently shouted, and then immediately rushed into the outer courtyard. It was only a few hundred meters, so it only took an instant to arrive at their speed. But in just that instant, the assassins in the outer courtyard had already suffered a massacre. When an Ing and others arrived in the outer courtyard, Jian Wushuang was piercing the chest of the last silver-masked assassin with his long sword. Plop! With the falling down of the silver-masked assassin's corpse, only Jian Wushuang remained standing in the outer courtyard. An Ing and the others were stunned. Even though they were all top assassins, they were stunned when they came into the outer courtyard and saw this scene. There were a lot of corpses spread out on the ground in the outer courtyard and in the corridor under the eaves. All these corpses were strewn about, and the whole courtyard was buried in corpses, while the blood rushing from their wounds had already dyed the whole courtyard scarlet. It was still raining heavily, and the vacant land in the central courtyard was waterlogged. But at the moment, that water was so scarlet. At first sight, it was like a demonic scene from hell. Wearing a bamboo hat and a straw rain cape, Jian Wushuang stood in the very center of this demonic hell with the triple kill sword in his hands. He was like a powerful demon fighting his way out of hell. No matter whether it was an Ing, those 2 purple-masked assassins, or the 8 gold-masked assassins, all of them were shocked by this scene. What shocked them was not that Jian Wushuang killed all these people, but the time that Jian Wushuang spent killing them. As soon as Jian Wushuang started the slaughter, they became aware of it in the inner courtyard and immediately rushed here. From the inner courtyard to the outer courtyard was only a few hundred meters. They arrived in the turn of a hand, at most a dozen breaths of time in total. In such a short time, Jian Wushuang killed all the assassins in the courtyard, nearly 100 assassins. How could he be so fast? How strong is he? The two purple-masked assassins in the courtyard asked themselves in their heart whether they could kill all the assassins in the outer court in such a short time if they tried their best. The answer was, no, it's impossible. But Jian Wushuang did it. The most important thing was, judging from the spiritual power radiating from Jian Wushuang, he was only in the profound gold core realm. A person in the profound gold core realm can kill nearly 100 blood feather tower assassins in such a short time. And Ying watched Jian Wushuang with a strong killing intent on his face and coldly shouted, "Who are you?" The two purple-masked assassins and 8 gold-masked assassins also intensely stared at Jian Wushuang. 2 years ago, in front of a lot of people, I once said. The face of Jian Wushuang was still hidden under the bamboo hat, but his indifferent voice spread throughout the area. The day I return is the day all you guys die. You should have heard that. And Ying was stunned, and there was a hint of terror in his eyes. At this moment, Jian Wushuang also lifted his head slightly and exposed his handsome face. Seeing that face, even though Ying was very calm, he could not help screaming at this moment. "Jian Wushuang, it is you." "Who?" "Jian Wushuang, the target of the Scarlet Kill command." The two purple-masked assassins and 8 gold-masked assassins were also stunned. "Jian Wushuang, the guy turned the whole Tianzong dynasty upside down 2 years ago, and Blood Feather Tower was almost completely wiped out because of him. Aren't you dead?" And Ying looked at Jian Wushuang with astonishment and said, "How could you possibly be alive? So many people saw you jump into the abyss. You should definitely be dead?" And Ying thought it was incredible. Those 2 purple-masked assassins were also stunned. They all heard of the abyss, which was one of the death traps in the Tianzong dynasty. What was underneath the abyss was still a big mystery, because no one came back from the abyss after entering it. So hearing that Jian Wushuang had jumped into the abyss, everyone believed he was dead. Blood Feather Tower also thought so, and that's why they had stopped chasing Jian Wushuang 2 years ago. But now, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of them in perfect condition after jumping into the abyss. How is this possible? Sorry, I beat the rap. When I was passing through the gates of hell, the King of Hell said I was so handsome that it would be a pity if I died at such a young age, so he sent me back. Since I am not dead, it's your turn." Jian Wushuang smiled coldly, with a slightly upward smirk, but his smile was like a blade. "Laughingstock," one of the purple-masked assassins commented, then directly smirked. "There was an opportunity for you to live, but you sought death. Since you did not die 2 years ago, we just have to kill you today." As soon as his voice fell, the aura of the Yin-Yang Void Realm on that purple-masked assassin suddenly soared. He turned into a streak of flowing light at this moment and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in a flash. "Go to hell." A purple soft sword appeared without any omen, like a ghost. And Ying and the rest of the assassins watched this scene coldly. Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked at the purple soft sword slowly moving toward him, but the corner of his mouth showed a faint smile. A purple-masked assassin. 2 years ago, when facing a purple-masked assassin, I had to use the soul-devouring secret skill out of desperation, but now... Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold, and the triple kill sword suddenly thrust out at this moment. An eruption of the terrifying fiery wind sword essence on the sword edge tore everything and burned everything. "What?" The purple-masked assassin was shocked. "Not good," the other purple-masked assassin exclaimed, immediately following to join the battle. 2 people? So what? Jian Wushuang still did not care at all. With the combination of the wind sword essence and fire sword essence, the extreme violent sword in his hands directly smashed forward. The 2 purple-masked assassins joined hands in an attempt to resist the sword. However, Jian Wushuang waved his hand suddenly, and then the sword struck 3 times consecutively. All 3 streaks of sword light contained fiery wind sword essence. This was the combination of 2 sword essences. The power would be much stronger than only 1 sword essence. Damn it! The 2 purple-masked assassins shuddered inside and resisted with haste. But after striving to resist Jian Wushuang's 3 sword strikes, both of them were directly slammed backward. It's time. Suddenly, a light flickered in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The triple kill sword became a streak of flowing light again, and then rushed forward. Selfless sword technique, idealistic form. His full strength suddenly erupted. Chapter 137, Attacking and Killing in the Heavy Rain, Part 3. Chapter 137, Attacking and Killing in the Heavy Rain, Part 3. Choo! An incomparably terrifying sword light directly burst out. Even the 2 purple-masked assassins could not help but shudder secretly when they sensed the frightening power embedded in the sword light. Both of them were still retreating swiftly to escape the previous 3 sword moves from Jian Wushuang. The one who was targeted by the bursting sword light only had time to brandish his purple soft sword, trying to deflect the sword light. Boom! The terrifying sword light released an incredibly shocking power, knocking the purple soft sword away, and then using the undiminished remnant power of the sword light to strike the purple-masked assassin's body. In an instant, a big, round, bloody hole, with a diameter of more than 1 centimeter, appeared on the body of the purple-masked assassin. The bloody hole pierced his body, shredding and smashing any organs and flesh it passed by. The purple-masked assassin's eyes widened while blood poured wildly from his mouth. Then his body fell down backwards. The first purple-masked assassin was dead. What? The other living purple-masked assassin was shocked by the scene. His heart suddenly thumped as Jian Wushuang's cold eyes looked over towards him. Run! The imposing purple-masked assassin, a peak expert in the Yin-Yang Void realm, did not hesitate to fly up into the sky. Not until he reached the void over 10 meters above Jian Wushuang did he dare to stop and glance at him in terror. Terrifying. His sword skill is too terrifying. Fiery wind sword essence. Yes, he has already combined the sword essences of gale and raging fire into the fiery wind sword essence. His comprehension of the sword essence is much better than mine. 2-on-1, Old Nine and I were still defeated by him, and Old Nine was even killed in 1 attack. His strength is far beyond the common initial Yin Void realm. He might even be able to rival experts in the profound Yin Void realm. The purple-masked assassin murmured. Void walking. Jian Wushuang frowned when the purple-masked assassin fled into the air. Warriors in the Yin-Yang Void realm were able to void walk, so Jian Wushuang could not stop him if the former wanted to escape. Though the purple-masked assassin was out of his reach, and Ing and the other gold-masked assassins, who were not able to void walk, were still on the ground. He fought with 2 purple-masked assassins and even killed one of them. How could that be possible? And Ing felt it was unbelievable as he looked at the dead body of that purple-masked assassin. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang looked over at him, and Ing was frightened out of his senses. Quick, kill him, go and kill him. And Ing roared. The 8 gold-masked assassins beside him froze for a moment, then immediately rushed out. Assassins of Bloodfeather Tower were all well-trained. Even if the order from their superiors was to get themselves killed, they would not hesitate to obey. While the gold-masked assassins rushed forward, and Ing fled in another direction. yelling at the purple-masked assassin in the air. Come, come and save me. The purple-masked assassin began to approach once he heard him. You want to escape? Jian Wushuang shot a glance at Ning and snorted. All the other assassins in the Clearwater stronghold didn't have to die. He wouldn't mind even if the two purple-masked assassins stayed alive, but he would not let Ning escape, never. Get out of my way! Jian Wushuang cried out, followed by another flash of sword light. An utterly light and graceful sword moved, danced through the heavy rain, and then swept across the throats of the 8 gold-masked assassins. The 8 gold-masked assassins were all killed in an instant. Do you think you can escape? After killing the 8 gold-masked assassins with just one move from the formless sword art, Jian Wushuang dashed out immediately and appeared behind Ning in the blink of an eye. How could he be so fast? Ning turned pale with fright, realizing that the purple-masked assassin couldn't escape with him into the air before Jian Wushuang could catch him. His face became grim, and madness arose in his eyes. Bastard! Go to hell! Ning turned around with a rush, hurling a coldly glaring knife right toward the space between his eyebrows. The knife was incredibly fast and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in a flash. Ridiculous! Jian Wushuang sneered as he slid past the knife with a ghost-like movement, then swung his sword across Ying's wrist. Ying's entire hand was chopped off. Aha! Ying howled with great pain, while Jian Wushuang had already appeared in front of him. A brutal power was condensed in Jian Wushuang's palm, which was then clenched into a fist and launched into Ying's abdomen. Puff! Ying spewed a large mouthful of blood, and his complexion instantly became pale again. My gold core! My gold core! Although Ying was also an expert in the exceptional gold core realm, he did not even have a chance of resisting when Jian Wushuang destroyed his gold core. The gold core was the source of spiritual power for warriors. Since it was destroyed, the decades of earnest cultivation that Ying endured instantly crumbled to dust. You'll be dead soon. Why care about your gold core? Jian Wushuang laughed scornfully. He reached out with his hand and gripped Ying's neck, raising Ying's body up into the air as if gripping a chicken, and then slammed it down fiercely onto the ground. Bang! Even with the buffer of the gathered water from the rain, the blow cracked the ground below, and Ying once again madly squirted blood from the severe damage to his organs. Then he passed out from the intense pain. The next moment Jian Wushuang lifted Ying's body, looking up towards the purple-masked assassin in the air. An unparalleled hint of fear emerged in the purple-masked assassin's eyes, so he did not dare to come down and fight with Jian Wushuang, not even for Ying. Purple-masked assassins? Just SSO. Ignoring the purple-masked assassin, Jian Wushuang grinned and quickly dragged Ying out of the courtyard. Soon, he disappeared from the purple-masked assassin's sight. The purple-masked assassin stood alone in the air, gazing at the sea of blood down on the ground. As the only survivor in the stronghold, he could not help being speechless. This massacre brought a great loss to Blood Feather Tower. More than 100 copper-masked and silver-masked assassins in the entire Clearwater stronghold were slain to the last man. The 12 gold-masked assassins all died in the carnage, too. Of course, these losses were nothing compared to the death of that purple-masked assassin and Ying being caught. I had no idea that Jian Wushuang, who fell into the abyss 2 years ago, would still be alive and have improved his strength so much in such a short period. The purple-masked assassin clasped his hands. Since he is alive, Blood Feather Tower will be in some real trouble. Chapter 138, The Leech. Chapter 138, The Leech. Jian Wushuang dragged Ying into a cave. Bang! Jian Wushuang tossed him and his body hit the ground. Ying immediately came out of the coma because of the pain. As soon as he woke up, he burst out, howling because of the pain. Jian Wushuang walked to Ning with a light golden elixir in one of his hands. This elixir is worth 200 points in the secret pavilion of Dragon Palace. Now it's a favor to you. Waving his hand, Jian Wushuang made Ning swallow it. It was a panacea in secret pavilion of Dragon Palace. After taking it, Ning would not die any time soon. Tell me, where are my father and aunt? Jian Wushuang asked. His father and his aunt, whom he cared about most, were taken away by Blood Feather Tower. Ning remained alive till now because Jian Wushuang needed his help to find his father and aunt. Your father? I don't know. Ning answered and shook his head. Squinting his eyes, Jian Wushuang was not surprised. His father was the first one who awakened his sword soul. Blood Feather Tower had sent lots of experts and slaughtered the whole Ji clan in order to catch him. In the eyes of Blood Feather Tower, his father was much more important than his aunt. Therefore, his father should be locked up in an even more secretive place. As for your aunt, you mean Ji Weihua, right? I caught her 3 years ago, and I do know where she is now. But do you think I will tell you? Said Ning, looking at Jian Wushuang with a sneer. I know you will not easily tell me, so I prepared something for you. Having said that, Jian Wushuang turned his hand over, revealing a light yellow worm egg. It seemed that it was going to hatch a baby worm. Ning, I heard that you are good with poison, since the heart-biting poison in my aunt's body was from you. You must know what this is in my hand, right? Jian Wushuang said. Seeing that light yellow worm egg in Jian Wushuang's hand, Ning changed his facial expression immediately and shouted, a leech! You are right, Jian Wushuang replied with a slight smile. Then he quickly shoved it in Ning's mouth without giving him a chance to speak. Ning struggled violently, but it didn't work at all since his dantian had been disabled. After swallowing the light yellow worm egg, his face turned red and he desperately tried to vomit. However, the leech egg had already melted in his body. The leech lives in the blood. Once it enters your body, it will immediately hatch, then begin sucking your blood. The first leech will turn into 2, then 2 turn to 4, and in the end it will hatch thousands of leeches. They will swallow your blood bite by bite, then your flesh. Your body will be totally swallowed in several days. That's the real body devouring by 10,000 worms. Speaking of the pain, my aunt who was struck by your heart-biting poison should be suffering more than you. Hearing Jian Wushuang's cold voice, and Ying's face was suddenly pale. Both the leech and heart-biting poison were ways of torturing people. The leech was more horrible with regards to the pain, while heart-biting poison was crueler. After all, heart-biting poison worked in the body step by step. It might last for years or even decades. It not only tortured the physical body, but also the mind. While the leech worked faster and more fiercely, only lasting 1 to 2 days for death to occur. Before Jian Wushuang decided to attack the stronghold, he asked the woman who was in charge of Golden Dragon Subsidiary Palace to prepare him a leech egg. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Damn it! And Ying's face was still red and distorted. Apparently, the leech in his body had started swallowing his flesh and blood. The pain was strong, and it didn't take long for the leech to reproduce. 1 turned into 2, and 2 turned into 4. The pain he was suffering was increased by several times. Aha! A sharp pain he had never suffered before spread through his body, so painful that Ning could not stand it. So he raised his left hand and tried to hit his head. However, Jian Wushuang stood beside him staring at him. When he saw Ning trying to hit his head with his left hand, a sword light flashed and Ning's left hand was instantly cut off, falling to the ground. After which, Jian Wushuang slapped him in the face. It was a slap effectively controlled by spiritual power. Immediately, Ning spit out a mouthful of blood containing pieces of his teeth. Jian Wushuang had slapped him and destroyed all his teeth in case he tried to commit suicide by biting off his own tongue. Don't even dream about dying with me here these 2 days. Enjoy it. Jian Wushuang smiled and sat down leisurely beside him. Then he brought out a bottle of wine. He was just drinking. However, Aning lay sprawled out on the ground with his hands and feet waving, and his face was extremely distorted. Kill me. Please kill me. Aning desperately implored him, but he said it unclearly because all of his teeth were destroyed. Watching him coldly, Jian Wushuang did offer him any mercy. He knew clearly that the pain caused by the leech was nothing compared with the pain caused by the heart-biting poison in his aunt's body over the years. What's more, it was he who poisoned his aunt with heart-biting poison. Nearly half an hour later, the leech in Ying's body had turned into 8. The pain had already increased by 8 times. Aha! Aning roared crazily while suffering such great pain. He almost lost his mind. He couldn't bear the extreme suffering anymore. I'll tell you where Ji Weiwei is. Aning growled and said. Then Jian Wushuang, who was drinking, turned over and looked at him. I will tell you. After that, please kill me. Aning roared. He didn't want to live anymore. He just wanted to die. However, he was not even able to kill himself since his hands were cut off and his teeth were knocked out. Tell me. Jian Wushuang didn't want to waste time. Ji Weiwei. She was locked up by the Situ family, and Ying said unclearly. Situ family? Which one? Jian Wushuang asked and frowned. The Situ family in Bahui Commandery. Situ Qingyue is their master. Ji Weiwei is locked up in the mansion of the Situ family, and Ying growled. Situ Qingyue? Jian Wushuang's facial expression suddenly changed. Situ Qingyue. He knew him, and he also met him before. Chapter 139. It was still raining. Chapter 139. It was still raining. Born in the Sword Marquis Mansion, the acknowledged top hegemon in Bahui Commandery, Jian Wushuang was familiar with the big forces within the commandery. Situ family was one of the greatest families in Bahui Commandery, and Situ Qingyue, the master, was an expert at the Gold Core realm. After all, within such a small place like Bahui Commandery, an expert in the Gold Core realm could be seen as one of the strongest. Jian Wushuang had seen him before, at the Sword Marquis token battle 3 years ago, when the great masters of all the forces were invited to come and watch. Situ Qingyue was one of the invitees. Situ Qingyue belongs to Blood Feather Tower? Jian Wushuang asked while coldly staring at Ning. Yes, he is one of us, and he has a very special position in Blood Feather Tower. Although his strength is only at the Gold Core realm, his orders come directly from the Tower Master. Even I can't enjoy such treatment, and Ning shouted in a low voice. Directly ordered by the Master of Blood Feather Tower? Jian Wushuang was shocked, but he believed his words, more or less. Anyway, Blood Feather Tower was desperate to kill him just because his sword soul had awoken. Common people knew nothing and had never even heard about sword soul. Neither had the assassins of Blood Feather Tower. Yet, as long as Situ Qingyue was directly ordered by the Tower Master, maybe he knew something about sword soul. As soon as he awoke the sword soul in that battle, Situ Qingyue must have immediately sensed it, and then notified Blood Feather Tower to hunt and kill him. I have said everything I should say. Kill me! Quickly kill me! And Ning crazily roared. You want to die? It's not so easy. With a sneer, Jian Wushuang waved his sword with brilliant light, breaking the tendons in Ying's legs. Behave yourself and wait here for me. Don't worry, I had you swallow that elixir before feeding you the leech. That elixir is a panacea. You won't die. After saying that, Jian Wushuang walked away, leaving Ning crazily roaring in the cave. However, the cave was so deep that no one could hear his roar. Jian Wushuang mounted a griffin and directly flew towards Bahui Commandery. It was already dark when he arrived in Bahui Commandery, stopping in front of the Situ family mansion. Boom, above the void was rumbling thunder. The rain was still pouring. The rain hasn't stopped, so let the slaughter continue. Situ Mansion was brightly lit. As one of the biggest families within Bahui Commandery, the Situ family mansion was still very bustling even at night. Suddenly, bang! The Situ mansion gate was directly kicked open, as a thundering boom shook the air. Numerous warriors in the Situ family were disturbed and came out. "Who is it? How dare you? You dare trespass into our Situ family?" Numerous figures rushed out and quickly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. The leader of them was Situ Qingyue. "Master Situ, I haven't seen you for years. How are you?" Jian Wushuang slowly walked towards Situ Qingyue while speaking. Meanwhile, he had lightly raised his head, showing his handsome face. Clearly seeing Jian Wushuang's face, Situ Qingyue opened his eyes widely and shouted, "Jian Wushuang, it's you! Jian Wushuang!" A commotion arose in the area. Evidently, all the warriors of the Situ family had heard about the exceptional genius from Sword Marquis Mansion, who had shocked the whole Bahui Commandery. "Hee, as long as you still remember me, things will be easier. Answer me, where is my aunt?" Jian Wushuang coldly asked. Situ Qingyue was astonished. Naturally, he knew who his aunt was, but he pretended to be confused and asked, "Who is your aunt?" Still pretending, Jian Wushuang sneered and suddenly appeared in front of Situ Qingyue like a shadow. In the next instant, Situ Qingyue had been explosively knocked out, spouting blood as he flew backward. Bang! Situ Qingyue heavily fell upon a chair in the hall, which immediately exploded. "Master!" Those warriors of the Situ family were all scared and angry, but no one dared to move. Even Situ Qingyue, in the Gold Core realm, had been severely hurt without clearly seeing Jian Wushuang. If they stood out, it was just like seeking their doom. "I will ask you again, where is my aunt? If you still won't answer me, today I'll slaughter the whole Situ family, leaving no one alive." Jian Wushuang's voice was icy cold, with great killing intent. Situ Qingyue's throat tightened as he spoke. "I'll take you there." Really pretending," Jian Wushuang said while coldly smiled. Then Situ Qingyue struggled to stand up and led Jian Wushuang towards a secret chamber in the mansion. Quang! The door of Situ family's secret underground chamber immediately opened. It was a very dark chamber. As soon as Jian Wushuang entered, he saw a woman in a cage in the front of the chamber. Her hair was in a mess covering half of her face, while the other half was full of malignant tumors and scars, looking extremely ugly. The offensive odor from her body could be smelt even in the distance. "Auntie!" Jian Wushuang recognized this woman as soon as he saw her, and then he immediately rushed towards her. Just as Jian Wushuang started to move, next to him, a sparkle appeared in Situ Qingyue's eyes, although the latter looked terribly pale and was covering his chest with one hand. "Attack!" Situ Qingyue shouted loudly. One black iron pillar after another suddenly rose from the ground on which Jian Wushuang just rushed past, forming a giant cage. In an instant, the whole secret chamber was covered, and Jian Wushuang was trapped within the cage. Ha! Seeing the scene, Situ Qingyue finally laughed out loudly. Jian Wushuang stopped his steps and could not help changing his face as he turned around and found the cage in front of him. "Jian Wushuang, you must have never thought about it." Situ Qingyue stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold smile. "When building this secret chamber, I had predicted that such a scene would happen one day, so I set up this trap from the beginning. The surrounding walls of this secret chamber are made of black steel with a thickness of over 3 meters. No one could break through them. As for the iron pillars in front of you, They are forged with raven gold. Except supreme experts in the Inyang Void Realm, no one can. Before he finished his words, Situ Qingyue suddenly became stunned. As Jian Wushuang abruptly waved his hand, a sharp and brilliant sword light suddenly burst out. Although the iron pillars were made by raven gold and incomparably hard, they were instantly broken into pieces as soon as the sword light touched them. Whoosh! A figure unexpectedly appeared beside Situ Qingyue. You! Situ Qingyue opened his eyes widely, staring at Jian Wushuang in front of him. I planned to let you live a little longer, but now it's unnecessary. Jian Wushuang's icy voice rang in his ears, and then a sword light burst out. Shua! Situ Qingyue's head was completely separated from his body. Chapter 140 Death. Chapter 140 Death. Situ Qingyue's head flew high into the air with his eyes wide in disbelief. He didn't know, although Jian Wushuang was only in the profound gold core realm, his real strength was much more terrifying. In Clearwater Stronghold, he fought with 2 purple-masked assassins at the same time and killed one directly. Although he was not in the Inyang Void Realm, he was more powerful than a normal warrior in that realm. How could the cage trap him? Master! Master! Seeing Situ Qingyue's head flying in the air, all the Situ family warriors in the area were greatly frightened and no one dared to step forward. After turning around, Jian Wushuang walked into the cage. He chopped the pillars of the cage with his sword and appeared before Ji Hua. Auntie! Jian Wushuang's voice trembled. Ji Hua was just absent-mindedly sitting there, until she heard Jian Wushuang calling her, after which her eyes shone lightly. You are Wushuang? Ji Hua asked with a deep and husky voice. Yes, it's me. Jian Wushuang nodded vigorously and said, Auntie, I'm here to take you away. After saying that, Jian Wushuang directly held her in his arms and walked out. At the exit of the secret chamber, there were so many warriors from the Situ family blocking the door. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Jian Wushuang shouted in a cold voice and glanced around with killing intent. All the warriors in the Situ family were so frightened that they all moved back out of the way, making way for them. Jian Wushuang took Ji Hua out from the Situ family, and then they sat on the griffin waiting outside and flew away. Half a day later, Jian Wushuang was back in the cave again, along with Ji Hua. Aning was still lying on the ground in the cave. His crazy yell had died down because of his hoarse throat. However, his contorted face and crazy eyes showed that he was suffering a lot. Jian Wushuang carefully let Ji Hua recline on the cave's wall, and then he walked toward Ning. Give me the antidote. Jian Wushuang shouted coldly with a commanding tone. And Ning forcefully raised his head, glancing at Jian Wushuang and Ji Hua. Then he sneered and said, Jian Wushuang, you want to save her now? Ha! Absurd, ridiculous. The heart-biting poison had spread through her whole body. She can't survive much longer. I don't have any antidote. Even if I did and gave it to you, it will not work anymore. You have belittled the heart-biting poison too much. Huh. And Ning laughed wantonly. Pia! Jian Wushuang slapped him on his face and said, Bastard! Wushuang! Ji Hua's deep and husky voice sounded. Auntie! Jian Wushuang hurriedly walked toward Ji Hua and squatted down in front of her. I clearly understand my body. It's true that I only have a few days to live and that no one can save me, Ji Hua said with a smile. I have no regrets now that I have had a chance to see you and the old bastard again before I die. Wushuang, give me a knife. Jian Wushuang was in a trance. I want to kill him myself. Ji Hua's voice trembled, looking at Ning with resentful and cruel eyes. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. Then he took a dagger out from his interspatial ring and gave it to Ji Wuiyue. Ji Wuiyue strugglingly came to Aning and turned his body over so that he was facing up. Haha, Ji Wuiyue, how about the heart-biting poison? Aning looked at Ji Wuiyue with a grim smile. Ji Wuiyue didn't answer him, but she slowly stabbed the dagger into his thigh rather than the vital organs. Ha ha ha, come on, kill me, torture me. What was the torture I suffered in comparison with what you suffered these years? Ji Wuiyue, you are so miserable. You were an extraordinary beauty who was second only to your sister, Ji Wuming in Ji clan. So many experts once succumbed to your charm, but now look at you, a ghostly image. Miserable, such a miserable person. Aning growled crazily. Ji Wuiyue didn't say anything, just continuing to stab the dagger into his body again and again. One by one, she had stabbed him for more than 50 times in succession. At this moment, Aning's voice was faint and nearly breathless. Then Ji Wuiyue raised the dagger in her hand and brutally stabbed it into his heart at his last breath. Aning died at once. After killing Aning with her own hands, Ji Wuiyue's whole body was trembling, but there was also delight showing in her eyes. Jian Wushuang coldly watched what she did, but he felt ashamed and guilty when facing his auntie, Ji Wuiyue. Wushuang. Ji Wuiyue suddenly turned. Auntie. Jian Wushuang raised his head. Shua. Her blood spilled on Jian Wushuang's face, and he was completely stunned, seeing Ji Wuiyue stabbing the dagger into her own heart. Although Ji Wuiyue spat blood out, she wore a smile on her face. After suffering so many years, it's time to get rid of it. Wushuang. Don't forget the blood debt of the Ji clan. But now you are not strong enough, and you'd better not fight against Blood Feather Tower face to face. What's more, I saw your father. Though it was 3 years ago, he is alive. Once she finished saying that, Ji Wuiyue gave Jian Wushuang one last look, and then she slowly fell down. Stunned, Jian Wushuang stood there, rooted on the ground. He recovered himself a long time later and looked at his dead auntie. Ah! A roar with unprecedented killing intent flew to the 9th heaven at this moment. Rumble. Even the void thundered as if it was echoing his angry roar. After a good while, everything finally quieted down. The thunder stopped, and the heavy rain, which lasted a whole day and night, stopped as well. On an unknown hill, Jian Wushuang knelt in front of a nameless gravestone. Holding his hands closely and looking at the gravestone, he kowtowed 3 times heavily. Auntie, rest in peace. I swear I will collect the blood debt for our Ji clan, Jian Wushuang said in a calm tone, but he was much more persistent and determined than ever before. Blood Feather Tower. Everything was caused by Blood Feather Tower. Jian Wushuang's face was ice cold. But Auntie is right. I am not strong enough. I'm far from being strong enough. Though I can bring some loss to Blood Feather Tower, I cannot turn it upside down. There is still a long way to go before I can uproot them. I have to try my best to improve my strength. Jian Wushuang had a strong desire for strength. Staying in Sword Tomb for 2 years, he had improved a lot and could even kill normal, purple-masked assassins. However, his strength was far from what was needed to uproot Blood Feather Tower. It's better to go back to Dragon Palace first. Jian Wushuang set off right away. Chapter 141 Oyinghaoya. Chapter 141 Oyinghaoya. In a dim study, a gray-clothed elder was so angry that 2 will-o'-the-wisps seemed to be burning in his eyes. He didn't die. How could he still be alive after jumping into the abyss? The gray-clothed elder growled. The 2 purple-masked assassins standing in front of the gray-clothed elder were trembling with fear and dared not say anything. Not only did he not die, but became much stronger. The gray-clothed elder looked at the information in his hands. The information read, Jian Wushuang went to the Clearwater stronghold in Tianyin province alone, killing all 98 copper-masked and silver-masked assassins, as well as 12 golden-masked assassins. Even one purple-masked assassin was killed there. After the revenge 2 years ago, there were not many purple-masked assassins remaining in Blood Feather Tower, and now they had lost one more. It also read, "The 2 purple-masked assassins in Clearwater Stronghold joined hands to fight with Jian Wushuang. But seconds later, one was directly killed and the other one was scared, escaping into the air and not daring to fight anymore. He fought against 2 enemies at a time and completely suppressed them. He has improved at such a fast pace, way too fast. If we don't stop him, Blood Feather Tower will be destroyed by him sooner or later. He must die. Don't take any chances, and don't give him any chances. We have to kill him." The gray-clothed elder growled. Suddenly, there was a light sound heard in the room. "You have said that many times, haven't you?" The door creaked open. A silver-robed young man, who had long hair and a wicked face, leaned against the door. He was staring at the gray-clothed elder with a strange smile. If anyone else intruded into his study like this, the gray-clothed elder would have killed them the first time. But the demonic youth was different. Not only did the demonic youth intrude into his study, he also sneered at the gray-clothed elder. However, the elder was not angry at all. "Why did you come here?" the gray-clothed elder asked. Though the young man hadn't reached the Yin-Yang Void Realm, his status in Blood Feather Tower was extraordinary. Even the elder had to be humble when speaking to this person. "I did not want to come here. However, Master ordered me to, so I had to come," the demonic youth said. "Tower Master!" The gray-clothed elder was stunned. "Master said that Jian Wushuang is the target of a Scarlet Kill command, so he has to die. However, you have failed twice in a row, and Blood Feather Tower paid a great price because of that. Nothing unexpected is allowed in the 3rd assassination. Therefore, I am here," the demonic youth smiled. The gray-clothed elder's face fell. He knew that Tower Master was questioning his ability because he failed to kill the target twice. "What will you do?" the gray-clothed elder asked. "That's easy. I'll kill him openly," the demonic youth smiled and said. "What?" The gray-clothed elder didn't understand. "Don't forget that a major event is about to happen. As a disciple of Dragon Palace, Jian Wushuang should certainly attend it. Killing him at that time will be undoubtedly logical. Dragon Palace won't say anything no matter how much it angers them," the demonic youth said. "Ha ha! I almost forget about that," said the gray-clothed elder, smiling as well. He was confident in the demonic youth's strength. Jian Wushuang defeated 2 purple-masked assassins simultaneously. However, the demonic youth was much more terrifying, because he was Shui Yin. Ranking first on the earthly dragon list, he was recognized as the strongest in the Yin-Yang Void Realm. 3 years ago, he fiercely fought with Bailey Qin and barbarian King Qing Song, who ranked 2nd and 5th on the earthly dragon list respectively, outside the Imperial Palace. He fought with both of them at the same time, finally ending it in a draw. However, Shui Yin was only in the profound Gold Core realm 3 years ago. Now he had reached the peak of the exceptional Gold Core realm. After raining a whole day and night, the weather finally cleared. Jian Wushuang was flying through the air on a griffin, rushing toward Dragon Palace. Soon, a solemn and magnificent city appeared in his sight. Needless to say, it was the Imperial Palace of Tianzong Dynasty. It was crowded and busy in the Imperial Palace, so nobody noticed Jian Wushuang when he flew over the Imperial Palace. That is. Jian Wushuang suddenly noticed a figure in the crowd at the Imperial Palace. He changed his look a little bit. Then he made the griffin land in the Imperial Palace. A bunch of warriors were gathered on a wide street of the Imperial Palace Center, excitedly watching the fierce fight in front of them. Bang! A deep and low crash noise sounded. The amazing strength gathered into the blast wave and spread out, which made many warriors narrow their eyes. Following that, a strong man flew back in defeat. Haha, Sulai, is that your full strength? So weak. You want to fight with me for the Cloud Dream Ginkgo. A weak man like you. You must be kidding. A purple-haired man with a saber in his right hand and a milky ginkgo in his left hand. His budding laughter echoed through the entire street. The man who was just beaten back was Sulai, a disciple of Dragon Palace. At this moment, his face was red and his breath was short. He stared at the purple-haired man coldly, and a red-robed girl stood beside him. "Brother, are you okay?" The red-robed girl was worried and asked him. "I'm fine." Sulai shook his head and said, "But I couldn't take back the Cloud Dream Ginkgo." "Doesn't matter. Forget it," the red-robed girl said. Sulai bitterly nodded. He was not willing to forget it. Many warriors gathered here and watched this with interest, and Jian Wushuang appeared as well, wearing a bamboo hat. Sulai! Seeing Sulai, Jian Wushuang smiled. Then he looked at the purple-haired man who was yelling. "That is Ouyang Haoyue." Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Ouyang Haoyue ranked 21st on the Earthly Dragon list, higher than Xiaomeng, whom he had fought with before. No wonder he defeated Sulai so easily. The experts on the Earthly Dragon list were at the peak of the primordial gold core realm, but their strength still varied. The closer to the top, the stronger his strength, especially for those ranked in the top 20 and the top 10. Among them, each one was a monstrous expert. Ouyang Haoyue was ranked 21st, but Sulai was ranked 94th. This was obviously a huge gap. Everyone says that there are lots of exceptional geniuses and disciples with heaven-defying talent in Dragon Palace, but it seems you are nothing more than this. Ouyang Haoyue overlooked Sulai and sneeringly said, "Are you provoking the whole Dragon Palace?" Sulai's eyes were dark. "So what?" Ouyang Haoyue didn't care and continued speaking. "Only Bailey Chen and Qing Tsang are ranked in top 10 on the Earthly Dragon list. Compared with the past disciples, you are much weaker. In this year's event, it would be pretty good if Dragon Palace could get 2 out of 15. But you, ranking 94th on the Earthly Dragon list, were not qualified to join it, am I right? Proud as you are just a joke." Ouyang Haoyue sneered. Unwilling to talk to Sulai, he turned to leave. However, when he turned around, Jian Wushuang stepped out from the crowd and walked towards him. Chapter 142. My name is Jian Wushuang. Chapter 142. My name is Jian Wushuang. Ouyang Haoyue had only taken a few steps when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "You are Ouyang Haoyue, the 21st warrior at the Earthly Dragon list." Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. Ouyang Haoyue shot a glance at Jian Wushuang in front of him. "I have wanted to join the Earthly Dragon list for a long time, but unfortunately, I haven't run into any of the experts on the list. How lucky I am to meet you today. Let's fight," Jian Wushuang directly said. Hearing these words, the numerous surrounding warriors burst into an uproar. He is coming for a challenge. Another one who is not afraid of death. There are so many experts on the Earthly Dragon list. Sulai, who ranks 94th, is also here. Yet, instead of Sulai, he chooses to challenge Ouyang Haoyue, the 22nd. He is either a real expert or a complete idiot. Many surrounding warriors began talking. After being challenged by Jian Wushuang in front of so many people, Ouyang Haoyue looked a little gloomy. "Where are you from, idiot? Do you know nothing? Get out of my way." The cyan saber in Ouyang Haoyue's hand immediately slashed towards Jian Wushuang with towering force. A slight upturn was seen at the corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth. He immediately reached out with his right hand the moment Ouyang Haoyue swung his saber. A vast amount of earth essence was gathered into Jian Wushuang's palm. taking on a physical form as he immediately grasped the slashing cyan saber. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. The blade of that cyan saber could not even scratch the earthen glow surrounding Jian Wushuang's palm. With the saber gripped in Jian Wushuang's hand, Ouyang Haiyue could not budge it at all. What? My God! What am I seeing? Many of the surrounding warriors were stunned. How powerful was this attack from Ouyang Haiyue, who ranked 21st on the earthly dragon list? Undoubtedly, it could easily kill a warrior in the exceptional gold core realm. Yet, such a powerful saber attack was now completely held in his bare hand. It was possible if Jian Wushuang was wearing some gloves or fist covers, but there was nothing covering his hand. He simply grabbed Ouyang Haiyue's saber. What did that mean? How can this be? Ouyang Haiyue himself was astonished. Although that slash had not used his full power, it was still more than a common warrior in the exceptional gold core realm could handle. However, the man in front of him had easily grasped the blade with his bare hand. You are ranked 21st on the early dragon list, yet your strength is only this much. Still hiding his face under the bamboo hat, Jian Wushuang gave out a sneer. Go to hell! Ouyang Haiyue was enraged at Jian Wushuang's insult. A horrible current of spiritual power arose. A powerful blast of blade essence of raging fire suddenly erupted from the cyan saber, forcing back Jian Wushuang's palm. Immediately after, Ouyang Haiyue reclaimed his saber, immediately attacking again. Swoosh! The blade flash was sharp and explosive, containing a terrible fury that made the numerous warriors in the area instantly turn pale from fear. Ouyang Haiyue had put his full strength into this slash, but the result was bang! A palm appeared in front of the saber a second time, grasping it once more. The blade essence was instantly broken, and the cyan saber was trapped in Jian Wushuang's hand again. Impossible! Ouyang Haiyue was really seized with terror and fury. The first slash was wielded randomly, so it meant nothing, although Jian Wushuang could grasp it with his bare hand. But this time he had used his full strength. Yet the result was the same. He grasped it with his bare hand, stopping the saber with his bare hand twice in a row. What kind of strength is this? What he did not know was that Jian Wushuang had improved his sword essence comprehension immensely over the 2 years in the Sword Tomb, especially the sword essence of earth. Although it had not been combined with the fiery wind sword essence, it had become the most powerful among the 4 sword essences he had comprehended. Jian Wushuang was even confident that with only the sword essence of earth, he could easily pass the 11th floor of the Dragon Gate. Such profound comprehension in earth essence, which was good at defense, was intensely gathered in his palm. It is no surprise that Ouyang Haiyue's attack could not break it. He, the 21st warrior on the earthly dragon list, was just SOO. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, then moved his palm a little. A vast current of the earth essence erupted and a terrifying force rushed out. At the same time, Ouyang Haiyue's cyan saber was completely bent in Jian Wushuang's hand, and then became an out-and-out twist. Casually throwing aside that cyan saber he had turned into scrap metal, Jian Wushuang grinned and then punched Ouyang Haiyue's chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out as Ouyang Haiyue brutally flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, immediately cracking the ground with his heavy landing. The whole street became very silent. Everybody who witnessed the scene was in shock. Jian Wushuang slowly walked towards Ouyang Haiyue and said in a low voice, Ouyang Haiyue, with such strength, are you qualified to be the 21st on the earthly dragon list? How ridiculous! You are far weaker than Xiaomeng. What Jian Wushuang said was the truth, because he had fought against Xiaomeng. In terms of real strength, Xiaomeng was definitely much stronger than Ouyang Haiyue, but because the former had kept a low profile and rarely fought against others, his rank remained 22nd for a long time. You. Who on earth are you? Ouyang Haoyue tightly stared at Jian Wushuang. You mentioned Xiao Meng? He is a low-key person who hardly ever fights with others. His most recent fight was 2 years ago, and it caused a big commotion. He fought against swordsmen who died. Before he finished the story, Ouyang Haoyue suddenly widened his eyes and then shouted with fear, You are swordsmen! What? The entire street was shocked. Swordsman. The guy who turned the whole Tianzong dynasty upside down 2 years ago. Swordsman, an exceptional genius that rarely appeared every few decades, who is listed in the Millennium Chronicle compiled by the Gladiator Arena. Everyone was familiar with the name Swordsman. But now Ouyang Haoyue said that this mysterious man wearing a bamboo hat in front of everyone was the same swordsman. Swordsman. Su Lai abruptly raised his head, gazing at Jian Wushuang. Everyone on the street looked over at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, who hid his face under the bamboo hat, slightly curled the corners of his mouth at this moment, and then directly threw away the bamboo hat. As he raised his head, a cold but handsome face appeared. Meanwhile, his voice, with a little arrogance, was heard echoing on the entire street. I'm not swordsman. My name is Jian Wushuang. With a sword in hand, no one is my match. Remember that. Chapter 143, returning. Chapter 143, returning. Jian Wushuang? He said his name is Jian Wushuang. I haven't heard that name before. With a sword in hand, no one is his match. So arrogant. He is supposed to be a swordsman, but he defeated Ouyang Haoyue without a sword. The numerous surrounding warriors were discussing. They had never heard the name Jian Wushuang name before, but from this day forward they would remember it. Not just them, the countless warriors in the entire Tianzong dynasty would know his name very soon. After all, he had defeated Ouyang Haoyue, who ranked 21st at the Earthly Dragon list, and it was a thorough defeat. Of course, he would become famous after today. What, Jian Wushuang? You are absolutely swordsman. Ouyang Haoyue glared at Jian Wushuang. Swordsman. Su Lai, who was standing aside, looked over at Jian Wushuang with wide eyes as he shouted. His swordsman was enough to prove Jian Wushuang's identity. Swordsman. He is that swordsman who defeated Xiao Meng, killed the purple-masked assassin from Bloodfeather Tower, and then jumped into the abyss 2 years ago. He jumped into the abyss and died, didn't he? How can he still be alive? Everyone at the scene was shocked. However, Jian Wushuang just slightly smiled. He did not defeat Ouyang Haoyue to become famous around the world. He just wanted to recover his name and identity. Swordsman was just an alias he had used to avoid Bloodfeather Tower's pursuit. Jian Wushuang was his genuine name. At this moment, he wanted everyone to know that Swordsman had died 2 years ago and Jian Wushuang had been reborn like a phoenix. Swordsman, is it really you? Su Lai ran over. Su Lai, I haven't seen you for 2 years. How are you? Jian Wushuang replied and smiled. You did not die? Su Lai asked in surprise. Jian Wushuang shrugged, reached out towards Ouyang Haoyue, and then said, Hand over the cloud dream ginkgo. Ouyang Haoyue's face turned gloomy, with dense unwillingness in his eyes. But he knew the strength gap between himself and Jian Wushuang. He did not dare to refuse, immediately handing the cloud dream ginkgo to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang gave the cloud dream ginkgo to Su Lai. I appreciate it a lot, Su Lai said gratefully. Jian Wushuang just smiled slightly. Jian Wushuang, don't be so happy. This is not over yet, Ouyang Haoyue said bitterly. Oh. Jian Wushuang looked at Ouyang Haoyue. If my guess is correct, won't you be participating in the event? Ouyang Haoyue said coldly. Event? What event? Jian Wushuang asked while looking puzzled. Stop pretending. Ouyang Haoyue sneered. You are a disciple of Dragon Palace. Of course, you will take part in this event on behalf of Dragon Palace. So we'll meet again. When that happens, I will make sure to return today's humiliation to you twofold. You'll return it to me twofold? By yourself? Jian Wushuang slightly curled the corners of his mouth. Of course not from me. It will be from my big brother, Ouyang Haoyue said. Your big brother, Ouyang Haotian? Jian Wushang's smile grew even bigger. There was an introduction to Ouyang Haoyue's background in the earthly dragon list. Jian Wushuang knew that he came from the Ouyang clan, one of the 7 oldest clans in Tianzong dynasty. Ouyang Haoyue also had a big brother named Ouyang Haotian, who ranked 6th 2 years ago, but was now ranked 3rd on the earthly dragon list. It was said that Ouyang Haoyue had recently defeated the former 3rd rank, Mu Yingying from the Mu clan. Ranking 3rd on the earthly dragon list definitely demonstrate Ouyang Haotian's strength. Then I'll be waiting, Jian Wushuang said, then slightly smiled. Just wait and see. Ouyang Haoyue coldly snorted, and then left with hatred. This Ouyang Haoyue is quite narrow-minded. Jian Wushuang said and smiled. Humph, he is a petty man, but his big brother is really strong, Su Lai said seriously. Maybe. Jian Wushuang casually nodded. He did not care too much. 3rd rank on the earthly dragon list was really strong, but Jian Wushuang was no longer the boy from 2 years ago. Swordsman, I never thought you were still alive. Haha, this is a major event for the whole Dragon Palace. Come on, let's go to Dragon Palace. Su Lai smiled and said, Little sister, you can head back first. Okay. The red-robed girl standing beside Su Lai nodded. Then, following Su Lai, Jian Wushuang walked toward Dragon Palace. At Dragon Palace, the moment Jian Wushuang returned, everyone in Dragon Palace was shocked. What? Who? Who has returned? Palace Master White was stunned by the news. It's Swordsman. He has returned, replied the purple-robed servant who delivered the news. Swordsman. The expression on Palace Master White's face became complicated. Jian Wushuang was the talent whom she thought most highly of. 2 years ago, when it was said that Jian Wushuang had been forced to jump into the abyss, she was the saddest one. But now Jian Wushuang had returned. Go, go, bring him here quickly. Oh no, I'll go get him myself. Ha! The exceptional genius of our Dragon Palace has returned. Inside Dragon Palace, Jian Wushuang and Su Lai slowly walked forward, side by side, surrounded by the disciples of Dragon Palace. When these disciples saw Jian Wushuang, their expression became very weird. It really is Swordsman. It's him. He didn't die. He jumped into the abyss, didn't he? How can he still be alive? These disciples all felt it inconceivable. After all, many warriors had witnessed Jian Wushuang jumping into the abyss. It was a fact. Jumping into the abyss definitely meant death. Even the Millennium Chronicle, compiled by the Gladiator, said that an exceptional genius had passed away. Alas, how sad. But now Jian Wushuang had not died, and he just appeared in front of everyone alive. Third brother, third brother. A shout of awe and exultation was suddenly heard in front. Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked over. He immediately noticed Wang Yuan rushing towards him with Yang Zixuan and Su Ro beside him. Haha, elder brother Wang Yuan. Jian Wushuang walked towards him with a laugh. Third brother, I missed you so much. Wang Yuan directly gave Jian Wushuang a big hug. Second brother, it's been a long time since we saw each other. Jiang Wushuang looked towards Yang Zixuan, reaching out his fist. Welcome back. A smile appeared on Yang Zishuan's cold face as he reached out to bump fists with Jian Wushuang. Haha, fourth sister. Jian Wushuang then turned towards the shy Su Ro and directly gave her a hug. Su Ro did not resist, but her face turned bright red. 2 years later, the four of them had finally met again. Swordsman! A clear and cold voice was heard, after which Palace Master White walked towards him, followed by a crowd of temple masters. It really is Swordsman. Little guy, how are you so lucky? We all thought he had died, so we took revenge on the Blood Feather Tower. No one ever expected the boy was still alive. Seeing Jian Wushuang, the temple masters talked casually, smiling. Swordsman, follow me. Palace Master White spoke directly. Jian Wushuang raised his brow and shot a glance at Wang Yuan and the other two. I'll go with Palace Master White first, then join you later. Okay, I'll prepare some good wine for you. Let us four siblings drink heartily and have a good time later, Wang Yuan said and then laughed. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded, then followed Palace Master White and left. Chapter 144, Nanyang Continent. Chapter 144, Nanyang Continent. Within the palace, the temple masters had left, but Palace Masters Black and White were sitting in front of Jian Wushuang. Boy, what happened? How did you survive the abyss? Asked Palace Master White. It was no wonder why she was so curious. The abyss was still a mystery. No one knew what was there. However, anyone who fell into the abyss, even experts in the Yin-Yang Void Realm, would die. However, Jian Wushuang returned alive from the abyss. I don't know. When I fainted after I jumped into the abyss. When I woke up, I found myself inside the sword tomb, Jian Wushuang said. A sword tomb? Palace Masters Black and White looked at each other. The sword tomb was rife with sword scars. Jian Wushuang told them most of what happened in the sword tomb, only leaving out the absolute beauty and the robust man in the ancestors' land. He told them he had accidentally entered the sword tomb. After hearing what Jian Wushuang said, both palace masters looked astonished. You spent a full 2 years in that sword tomb. Besides the sword tomb, didn't you explore anywhere else? Palace Master White could not help asking. No, I could feel danger all around, so I did not dare to explore. Somehow, I was able to leave by entering the space rift. Then, I appeared in the dark forest, Jian Wushuang said. Space rift? Wormhole. The two palace masters stared at him with wide eyes. The wormhole was a legendary skill. Of course, it might also be a natural wormhole. It seems that there is a big secret hidden in the abyss, said Palace Master White, sighing in praise. So many experts of the Yin-Yang Void Realm went to explore, but never returned. Yet somehow this little guy survived. He's quite lucky. Palace Master Black also smiled. They were not very skeptical about what Jian Wushuang said. The abyss was a dangerous place. It was normal for Jian Wushuang to find out nothing given his current strength. Anyway, being able to return alive is already very fortunate, and you returned at a great time, Palace Master White said and laughed. A major event is about to begin. I was currently troubled by this. Now that you are back, that problem is solved. A major event? Jian Wushuang asked. Before, in the Imperial Palace, Ouyang Haiyue had also mentioned it, but he had no idea what this major event was. Palace Master White, what is this major event? Jian Wushuang asked without hesitation. Have you heard about the easternmost hunt? Palace Master White beamed. The easternmost hunt. Jian Wushuang immediately shook his head. He had never heard anything about it. Well, it is a long story, so I'll explain it. Palace Master White smiled and slowly narrated. Jian Wushuang, is the Tianzong dynasty vast? Palace Master White asked. Very vast. Jian Wushuang immediately nodded. In his eyes, the Tianzong dynasty was incredibly vast. You are right, the Tianzong dynasty is very vast. Palace Master White also nodded and continued. It has a total of 16 provinces. There are many counties in these 16 provinces, so it can be said to be very vast. However, how big is the land we are on? The land? Jian Wushuang was stunned for a second and then shook his head. I tell you that this piece of land is called Nanyang Continent and has endless territory. There are many dynasties on the Nanyang Continent. Tianzong dynasty is just one of the many dynasties on the Nanyang Continent. And just a small empire, Palace Master White said. A small empire? Jian Wushuang was slightly stunned. On the entire Nanyang Continent, the dynasties have been divided into 3 levels according to their territorial strengths. Small empires, middle-sized empires, and large empires. Palace Master White explained. Different level dynasties will have different overall strengths. Our Tianzong dynasty is only a small empire. Among the many dynasties on the Nanyang Continent, it can be said that it is an unremarkable dynasty that nobody cares about. Not far away, the territory where the Tianzong dynasty is located is in the northwest corner of the Nanyang Continent. There are a total of 11 dynasties around us. Of these 11 dynasties, there are 2 large empires, 6 middle-sized empires, and 3 other small empires. The easternmost hunt is held every 20 years. At the beginning of the easternmost hunt, the 12 dynasties in the northwest, including Tianzong dynasty, will send experts to participate. The rules stipulate that those experts can only be warriors in the Gold Core realm. Warriors in the Yinyang Void realm cannot join. Each easternmost hunt will generally attract some old sections. Old sects? Jian Wushuang asked while lifting his brow. In the Nanyang Continent, there are a large number of dynasties. The real overlords and rulers of this continent are from those old sections. The dynasties are merely the vassals of these sects. Palace Master White smiled and continued. Some old sects will be taking part in the easternmost hunt, and they will also select some of the best among those who participate in the hunt. They will become core disciples instead of normal disciples. Becoming a core disciple is considered a big success. Even his dynasty will flatter them. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was completely stunned. The core disciples of those old sects have such a status? Even a dynasty has to fawn over them. Boy, there's something you need to understand, Palace Master White said seriously. There's no doubt that Dragon Palace is the holy land for cultivators in the Tianzong dynasty. But it is only true in the Tianzong dynasty. Outside the Tianzong dynasty and an entire Nanyang continent, Dragon Palace is nothing. And those old sects are not. Jian Wushuang was surprised, but it was understandable. Although the cultivation resources in Dragon Palace were very rich, as his strength increased, Jian Wushuang gradually realized that the resources in Dragon Palace had little use for him. However, ruling the entire Nanyang continent, the old sects would have more amazing resources. So, you can imagine how fortunate it is to enter the old sects and become a core disciple. Naturally, there are countless people who are eager to enter these old sections. For the 12 dynasties in the northwest, the only chance to enter them is the easternmost hunt. Chapter 145, The Selection Battle. Chapter 145, The Selection Battle. Participate in the easternmost hunt is the only way to join the old sections. When does the easternmost hunt begin? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, the easternmost hunting, which is held every 10 years, will start in 3 months. But for the small empires, such as the Tianzong dynasty, only 15 gold core realm experts can participate, Palace Master White said. Only 15? Jian Wushuang frowned. A dynasty, even if it was a small one, possessed countless geniuses. In the Tianzong dynasty, there are 100 experts on the earthly dragon list. They are all geniuses. The number would be even larger if the hidden experts of the Gold Core Realm are included. However, only 15 of them were able to participate in the easternmost hunt. Therefore, each spot was extremely precious. Because there are too few spots before the easternmost hunt, our Tianzong dynasty will select the 15 strongest experts to participate in it. And this selection is called the Quota Battle. Palace Master Black said, "Though it is just a selection battle inside the Tianzong dynasty, it will still be very cruel. As the holy place for cultivators in Tianzong dynasty, we can elect 10 people to participate in this quota battle. But in the end, how many of them can obtain a spot is unknown." Jian Wushuang nodded, secretly. Only 15 spots, even if it was in Dragon Palace, which was known for being full of exceptional geniuses. The available number of spots was also limited. Among the disciples of Dragon Palace, Bailey Qin and Qing Tsang are ranked 2nd and 6th on the earthly dragon list. Both of them have a good chance. However, they can only take 2 spots. In the previous selection battle, Dragon Palace took at least 4 or 5 out of the 15 spots. But this time the disciples of Dragon Palace, compared to the previously, are weaker overall, so our expectations are lower. But we want to get at least 3 spots. In addition to Bailey Chen and Qing Tsang, we need 1 more person to secure a spot, Palace Master White said seriously. "You want me to participate in the selection battle and get a spot for Dragon Palace?" Jian Wushuang looked questioningly at both Palace Master Black and Palace Master White. "Yes." Palace Master White nodded. 2 years ago, you defeated Xiao Meng, who ranked 22nd on the earthly dragon list. Besides, your talent is well known, and in these 2 years your strength must have greatly improved. It's very likely that you can obtain a spot. But it is not just for Dragon Palace. You are also participating in the selection battle for yourself. I know your true identity. Jian Wushuang, the target of a Scarlet Kill command from Bloodfeather Tower, which means that they will kill you at all costs. So 2 years ago, despite the revenge from Dragon Palace, the Bloodfeather Tower was still determined to kill you. There is no buffer between you and Bloodfeather Tower. It won't stop until one of you dies. To be honest, your current strength is still too weak to take on Bloodfeather Tower. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. So, what you need the most now is time, Palace Master White said and smiled. You are talented, so if you are given enough time to grow, there is a huge possibility that you will obliterate Bloodfeather Tower in the future. But Bloodfeather Tower won't give you time. They will take every chance to assassinate you. Though I will give you shelter, unless you are hiding in Dragon Palace, it will be difficult to really ensure your safety. If you can, stand out in the easternmost hunt and draw the attention of those old sections. Once you become a core disciple of those old sects, they won't dare touch you. Palace Master Black also nodded and said, "The old sects are powerful and capable of destroying Bloodfeather Tower with ease. Therefore, if you become a core disciple of an old sect, Bloodfeather Tower won't dare to kill you, at least on the surface. And you can take advantage of the shelter from the old sect to improve your strength. Finally, when your strength has increased to a certain level, you can fight back against Bloodfeather Tower." I see. Jian Wushuang laughed. He also agreed with the 2 palace masters. Indeed, if he could get a spot and participate in the easternmost hunt, then joined one old sect, he could appear openly in front of Bloodfeather Tower. The cultivation resources in the old sects were also better than those in Dragon Palace. Trust me, I will attend the selection battle. Though I am not absolutely sure I can get a spot, I will do my best, Jian Wushuang said. Haha, I knew you would agree. Only a fool wouldn't agree, Palace Master White said and laughed. Okay, here's a gift. Palace Master White turned her hand over and gave Jian Wushuang a thick book. This is... Jian Wushuang looked at this book strangely. After opening it, his look immediately changed. Formless sword art, the last 3 moves. Yes, that is the last 3 moves of the formless sword art, Palace Master White laughed and said. Actually, 2 years ago, when you passed the 11th level of the Dragon Gate, both of us and those temple masters discussed and agreed to give it to you. But we failed to do that because of what happened. Now that you have returned, it's yours. But the last 3 moves of the formless sword art are not available in the secret pavilion. Jian Wushuang felt it was strange. Haha, you're really stupid. Do you think that the secret pavilion is simple? Palace Master White said and grinned. Jian Wushuang was confused. There are actually 2 secret pavilions in Dragon Palace, a big one and a small one. You often go to the big one. Though there are many treasures, it's only suitable for the warriors in the Gold Core Realm and the Spiritual Sea Realm. However, the small one is only available to Palace Masters and Temple Masters of Dragon Palace. Though there are few treasures, they are more precious. Like the last 3 moves of the formless sword art, which were not in the big secret pavilion, only in the small secret pavilion. So, are you surprised? Palace Master White asked while beaming. Yeah. Jian Wushuang laughed. The formless sword art was known as the top sword skill in Tianzong Dynasty. It was incredibly powerful. After the experience in the ancestors' land, Jian Wushuang's field of vision had increased. Not to mention, he also had the selfless sword technique, which was better than the formless sword art. However, Jian Wushuang still looked forward to studying the last 3 moves of the formless sword art. Chapter 146, Gathering of the Brothers. Chapter 146, Gathering of the Brothers. The formless sword art has 9 sword skills, and each one is stronger than the previous one. What level of power will the last 3 sword skills reach? Jian Wushuang was looking forward to the results. Well, you should prepare for the selection battle being held in 1 month. Of course, before this battle, Dragon Palace will hold its own competition and choose 10 people to participate in the selection battle. All the elders of Dragon Palace will return, so you will have a chance to meet them, said Palace Master White. Elders? Jian Wushuang asked, while smiling slightly. He already knew the elders from Dragon Palace. Although they did not stay in Dragon Palace during ordinary times, all of them were famous in Tianzong Dynasty. 15 of them were on the earthly dragon list. 4. Jian Wushuang to participate in the easternmost hunt. He had to go through 3 rounds, or competition. The first round was the selection within Dragon Palace. After all, Dragon Palace only had 10 recommendations, but there were many old and new disciples that wanted to participate in this hunt, so it was inevitable that Jian Wushuang would take part in this competition. The second round was the selection in Tianzong Dynasty. All the top talents in Tianzong Dynasty would take part in it. The third and final round was the beginning of the real easternmost hunt. In that round, the 12 northwestern dynasties would all compete against each other. Inside the manor. Come on, let's toast third brother's resurrection. Wang Yuan laughed happily and picked up a glass directly. How could you call it a resurrection? I was alive the whole time. Jian Wushuang rolled his eyes, but he still drank the wine in his glass. Third brother, you never knew that after hearing the news of your death 2 years ago, I was in pain for a long time. So, you owe me another glass, Wang Yuan said. Very well. Jian Wushuang smiled and drank with Yang Zishuan and Su Ro by his side. Jian Wushuang was really happy to see these 3 siblings again after 2 years. By the way, you should be careful when dealing with that blood feather tower who chased you, because there is something unusual about them, Wang Yuan said with profound meaning. Something about them is weird. Su Ro nodded her head deeply. Yes, I know. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. He never looked down upon blood feather tower. Come on, let's drink. Third brother, you should give a toast to second brother. In these 2 years when you were missing, in order to get revenge for you, second brother targeted blood feather tower and used them to practice his swordsmanship. In those 2 years of slaughter, numerous assassins of Blood Feather Tower died by his hands, Wang Yuan said with a smile. I do need to give a toast to second brother. Come on, second brother. Jian Wushuang immediately gave him a toast. In these 2 years, Wang Yuan's strength did not seem to have grown, but the strength of both Yang Zishuan and Su Rou had greatly improved. Previously, they had reached the profound gold core realm, but now they had stepped into the exceptional gold core realm. Especially Yang Zishuan, his cultivation was definitely at the peak of the exceptional gold core realm. Yang Zishuan's comprehension towards essence was rather high. When he and Jian Wushuang entered the Dragon Palace, he had directly passed the 8th level of the Dragon Gate. After such a long time, his comprehension must have reached a higher level. Combined with his cultivation, Yang Zishuan's overall strength should be very terrifying. Second brother is sitting in front of me. Although he deliberately restrained his breath, I feel that his strength is greater than Ouyang Haoyue's. Jian Wushuang thought in his heart. As for Su Rou, her cultivation had also improved, but Jian Wushuang had no idea how strong she was. After all, Su Rou was mysterious. 2 years ago at Quiet Moon Lake, Su Rou had released a terrifying aura and then pushed back a purple-masked assassin. Do you know about the event that is going to be held in 3 months? Yang Zishuan suddenly asked. You mean the easternmost hunt? Haha, of course I know, Wang Yuan said and laughed. I've just heard about it from Palace Master White, Jian Wushuang said with a smile on his face. Su Rou was still as shy as before and said nothing. Third brother, you will participate in this event, won't you? Yang Zishuan asked him. Of course. Jian Wushuang nodded and said, and you? I will definitely participate. I will join both the selection battle in 1 month and the easternmost hunt in 3 months, Yang Zishuan said coldly. Oh, pretty confident. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and then looked at Su Rou and said, how about you? Su Rou muttered for a while and then nodded her head and said, I will do my best. Haha. All I can do is to wish for you 3 to succeed in the hunt. It's a pity that my strength is not strong enough, or the 4 of us could join the easternmost hunt and show our power to the experts of large empires. Just thinking about that makes me excited, Wang Yuan said with emotion. It's still too early to say that. It will be difficult to get one of the 10 recommendations from Dragon Palace, let alone one of the 15 places in the selection battle 1 month later. As far as I know, the elders of Dragon Palace will come back to help win more spots in this hunt. Their strength is extraordinary, and 15 of them are on the earthly dragon list, said Jian Wushuang. Of those elders, only Bailey Chen, who is rank 2nd, and Qing Song, who is rank 6th on the earthly dragon list, are worth worrying about. There is nothing to fear from the others, Yang Zishuan said in a cold voice. That's really crazy, Jian Wushuang said and chuckled, but a real smile emerged from his heart. The 4 siblings gathered together and talked for a long time, not dispersing until the evening. Third brother, I have prepared a gift for you. Can I show it to you? Wang Yuan held Jian Wushuang's shoulders and said with a mysterious smile on his face, Gift? Jian Wushuang wiped his nose and said, Of course, let me see the gift. Lead the way. Okay, Wang Yuan answered. Then he led Jian Wushuang to leave the Dragon Palace and go to the Imperial Palace. Wang Yuan and Jian Wushuang came to a seemingly ordinary shop in the Imperial Palace. Under the guidance of an attendant, they entered the cellar and then stepped into a secret chamber. 2 purple-robed guards were standing in front of the secret chamber's door. Jian Wushuang's face suddenly changed when he saw these 2 guards. Yin-Yang Void Realm. Jian Wushuang's eyes were full of astonishment. He could obviously detect that the 2 guards in front of him were experts at the peak of the Yin-Yang Void Realm. Experts of the Yin-Yang Void Realm, guarding the door to a secret chamber. What was going on here? Brother Yuan, this is... Jian Wushuang involuntarily asked. Haha, don't ask so much. Later you will know everything. Come with me. Wang Yuan waved his hand, and then the two guards immediately opened the door. Wang Yuan and Jian Wushuang walked into the secret chamber, one after the other. This secret chamber was actually a totally enclosed dungeon. There was only a tiny amount of candlelight, so this dungeon was very dark. As soon as Jian Wushuang stepped into the dungeon, he saw a body in the center of the room, tied to a burning iron prop by a black iron chain. The body was covered in scars. Some of them were caused by a knife, while some were worm bites. The scars were terrifying to look at. Chapter 147. New Rankings of the Earthly Dragon List. Chapter 147. New Rankings of the Earthly Dragon List. This is Lin Yan. Jian Wushuang looked at the gruesomely tortured body lying in front of him with astonishment. Wasn't it the purple-masked assassin Lin Yun who chased him so hard that he had to jump into the abyss 2 years ago? Yes, it's him, Wang Yuan answered and smiled. How did you get him here? Jian Wushuang asked. Haha, I have my ways. Wang Yuan grinned, but didn't explain much. Jian Wushuang's expression turned odd. He always thought Wang Yuan was special. In terms of talent, Wang Yuan, who only passed the 3rd floor of the Dragon Gate, was at the bottom of the many disciples in Dragon Palace. There was nothing extraordinary, and no hint of him being a genius. Normally, a man like him could not get into Dragon Palace, not to mention staying there for so long. However, even with his unimpressive performance, Wang Yuan still remained in Dragon Palace. Jian Wushuang refused to believe that there was not something fishy about it. Now, it was clear that Wang Yuan had an unusual identity, since he could bring Lin Yun here and torture him secretly without alerting Blood Feather Tower. Is he a child of one of the 7 top clans? But there's no Wang among the 7 top clans in Tianzong Dynasty. And, even though those top clans are formidable, having an expert in the Yin-Yang Void Realm guard the gate is still absurd, Jian Wushuang thought. 3rd brother, Lin Yun, is my gift to you. How do you plan to deal with him? Wang Yuan said with a smile. Just kill him, Jian Wushuang answered. Do you want to do it yourself? Wang Yuan asked. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Then he slowly stepped forward. Lin Yin was tied to a red-hot iron pillar. Sensing someone coming, Lin Yin struggled to lift his head, but his eyes widened with fear when he saw Jian Wushuang standing in front of him. Impossible. How could it be possible? Lin Yin couldn't stop growling. You are not dead? How can you still be alive? Sorry to let you down. Jian Wushuang wore a faint smile, then leaned forward beside Lin Yun's ears and whispered, Do you remember what I said at the abyss? Lin Yun was stunned for a second. Since I survived, Blood Feather Tower will be in trouble. But you are not the first purple-masked assassin I have killed. Lucky for you, I have already killed one at the Clearwater Stronghold in Tianyin Province. You are the second. After finishing his words, Jian Wushuang grabbed Lin Yun's throat and squeezed it, crushing his throat in an instant. Lin Yun, the purple-masked assassin of Blood Feather Tower and well-known governor of the Blizzard City, died on the spot. Yuan, thank you so much, Jian Wushuang said. Haha, you don't need to be so polite with your brother. Let's go, Wang Yuan laughed and said. They immediately returned to Dragon Palace. During the following days, Jian Wushuang started to dig into the last 3 moves of the formless sword art. He became ecstatic immediately after gaining some understanding of the last 3 moves. Haha, I never thought that the last 3 moves required the use of 2 sword essences simultaneously, and those 2 sword essences just so happened to be the sword essences of Gale and Raging Fire. Jian Wushuang was overwhelmed by this huge surprise. The formless sword art had always emphasized the sword essence of Gale. The deeper the comprehension of the sword essence of Gale, the stronger the power would be when one demonstrated the sword art. But he never expected the last 3 sword moves would require an understanding of both sword essences of Gale and Raging Fire. Only by combining the 2 sword essences could one demonstrate the 3 moves. The 7th move of the formless sword art could only be displayed by someone who had good comprehension in both Gale and Raging Fire, but combining them was not necessary. The 8th move, however, required the 2 sword essences to be combined into the Fiery Wind sword essence. As for the last and the strongest 9th move, it demanded an extremely deep comprehension of the Fiery Wind sword essence. Now that I've combined the sword essences of Gale and Raging Fire into the Fiery Wind sword essence, I can definitely demonstrate the 8th move of the formless sword art. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with excitement. He had been missing a sword skill that could fully exert the Fiery Wind sword essence ever since he combined the 2 sword essences. Although he had the selfless sword technique, it had an incredibly high prerequisite. Plus, it needed 4 sword essences instead of 2. The selfless sword technique could not be fully activated if he only combined 2 sword essences. But the formless sword art was different. It happened to aim for people who were mastering the Fiery Wind sword essence, so it was the most suitable sword skill for him to exert his full power. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang started to meditate on the 7th and 8th sword moves of the formless sword art. 7 days passed quickly. During these 7 days, many warriors who had trained in Dragon Palace had returned from their travels for self-training. In addition, the Earthly Dragon list had updated its rankings during these days, while the new rankings evoked quite a stir in Tianzong Dynasty. The rankings list was as follows: Rank 1, Shui Yin. Rank 2, Bailey Chen. Rank 3, Ouyang Haoqian. Rank 4, Mu Yingying. Rank 5, Feng Yutian. There were no alterations from the 1st place to the 9th place, only the 10th place. Rank 10, Jian Wushuang. It surely attracted a lot of attention when a new name barged in the rankings of the Earthly Dragon list, claiming the 10th place. And the description of him was as follows: Jian Wushuang, a disciple of Dragon Palace with cultivation in the profound Gold Core realm, had used the alias swordsman and defeated Xiaomeng, who ranked 22th on the Earthly Dragon list at the Quiet Moon Lake 2 years ago, then jumped into the abyss while being pursued by Bloodfeather Tower. 2 years later, he returned and fought with Ouyang Haoyue inside the Imperial Palace. He blocked Ouyang Haoyue's full-strength blade attack with only his bare hands, easily overpowering him and winning the fight. The Millennium Chronicle of the Gladiator Arena recorded Jian Wushuang as an exceptional genius rarely seen for decades. After evaluating his talents and the brilliant battle record from 2 years ago, we, the Golden Dragon Palace, affirm that he is now capable of being ranked in the top 10 of the Earthly Dragon list. The description was not long or short, but it explained very clearly why Jian Wushuang was among the top 10. Of course, the description stirred up a great number of disputes. They ranked him at 10th place without any battle results, only because on his talents and the fact he easily suppressed Ouyang Haoyue. That's way too arbitrary. Chapter 148, Doubts. Chapter 148, Doubts. Ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. How could he rank 10th with that? Every top 10 experts in the Earthly Dragon list earned their ranking with publicly accepted battle results. What about Jian Wushuang? Because he defeated Ouyang Haoyue easily, or because of his talents? You must be kidding me. Taking on the blade attack of Ouyang Haoyue with his bare hands and holding the edge is not too hard. Warriors who have mastered and materialized Earth Essence with good defense can definitely confront an enemy's weapon. It's not a big deal. Exactly. Beating Ouyang Haoyue easily could only get him into the top 20 of the Earthly Dragon list, or even the top 15. No one would say anything about that. But top 10 is far too much. When did Golden Dragon Palace become so perfunctory about the rankings of the Earthly Dragon list? How dare they put him in the 10th place without convincing battle results? A chorus of doubts. The Earthly Dragon list's written description of Jian Wushuang was not enough to convince the experts in Tianzong Dynasty. After all, Jian Wushuang did not have any open battle results that could be proud of. Defeating Xiaomang, beating Ouyang Haoyue. Neither could prove that he was eligible to be ranked 10th. However, Jian Wushuang didn't care a bit about how the outside world discredited him. He had been delving into the formless sword art and finally managed to barely grasp the 7th move after 7 days, while the 8th move was still at the learning stage. Second brother, third brother, fourth sister, Wang Yuan called out for his siblings. Wang Yuan's voice echoed throughout the whole manor, and soon the 4 siblings gathered together. Palace Master, White asked me to tell you that those seniors of Dragon Palace have already arrived. Today, 10 people will be delegated to participate in the selection battle. She wants you guys to go there now, said Wang Yuan. They have already arrived? Jian Wushuang asked with a twist of his mouth. The seniors of Dragon Palace? A piercingly cold light appeared in Yang Zishuan's eyes. Let's go and meet these seniors, Jian Wushuang said and laughed. After which, the 4 headed to the martial arts practice field. A sea of people were crammed together at the huge martial arts practice field of Dragon Palace. A large number of disciples had come here, while several figures with majestic auras stood tall at the center of the crowds. Some of these figures were as fierce as a flame, while some were calm as a mountain, and some were matchlessly ferocious. It could be seen at first glance that they had all reached the peak of the exceptional Gold Core realm. These were the seniors of Dragon Palace, who had been traveling to temper themselves. There were 30 people, and 15 of them were on the Earthly Dragon list excluding Sulai. That's Su Chongkong, ranked 44th on the Earthly Dragon list. I know him. When I was traveling last year, I witnessed him killing 4 warriors in the exceptional Gold Core realm with a single stroke of his axe. That's Gu He, ranked 53rd on the Earthly Dragon list. Is that Lu Qing, the Blood Pikeman? So many experts. Are they all seniors of Dragon Palace? Many disciples stared at these figures as their hearts pounded with excitement. Any one of those seniors was widely known in the Tianzong Dynasty, and they all came from Dragon Palace. Among those seniors, 2 figures were the most noticeable. One was a savage man with messy hair and an unshaven face. The other was a scarlet-robed young man who was dapper in appearance but had an aura of apathy. He wore a pair of bloody gloves which were covered with mysterious cracks that looked like hideous, outstretched blood vessels. These 2 people had already become legends in the Tianzong Dynasty. Barbarian King Qing Tsang, Demon Hand Bailey Chen. Both of them were senior disciples of Dragon Palace. One was previously ranked 5th on the Earthly Dragon list, but was now ranked 6th due to the rise of Ouyang Haoyue, while the other one had occupied the 2nd rank on the Earthly Dragon list, and had even ranked 1st before Shui Yun from Blood Feather Tower had appeared. At this moment, Jian Wushuang and his 3 siblings arrived here, as well as Sulai. Oh, look, the freshmen are here. The seniors looked over immediately and fixed their eyes on Jian Wushuang. Is he Jian Wushuang? I heard that he is only 19 years old. He's quite excellent to rank 10th at such a young age. 10th place? Is a little brat like him qualified to rank 10th? The seniors were also discussing this with each other. Sulai, did you hear that? These seniors only care about my 3rd brother. No one is paying attention to you. The 94th rank on the Earthly Dragon list. Wang Yuan spoke freely and smiled. Your 3rd brother is famous. I can do nothing about that, Sulai said with a resigned tone. If the current Dragon Palace was divided into 2 camps, the seniors and the freshmen, then Sulai also belonged to the freshmen. Among the freshmen, only he and Jian Wushuang were included in the earthly dragon list, so they were naturally the leaders. Unfortunately, unlike Jian Wushuang, he received no attention from the seniors. As for Bai Cheng, who was once famous among the freshmen, he left Dragon Palace and disappeared 2 years ago. Are they Bailey Qin and Qing Song? Jian Wushuang asked, looking right at the two most conspicuous people among the seniors, the scarlet-robed youth and the barbarian. They were the only people who were really qualified to draw his attention among the seniors. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Several figures appeared on the martial arts practice field at the same time. It was the palace masters and the temple masters. It looks like everybody is here, Palace Master White's gentle voice spread out. This selection battle is the same as the previous ones. Dragon Palace can recommend 10 disciples to join the competition. Those 10 people will be chosen from among all of you. It depends on nothing else but your strength. Anyone who is strong enough can get a recommendation. In addition, among you, Bailey Qin, Qing Song, Jian Wushuang. Palace Master White mentioned these names. Jian Wushuang and the other two, who were called, immediately looked at her. Since you three are all ranked in the top 10 of the Earthly Dragon list, you don't need to compete. You will automatically receive a recommendation for the selection battle, said Palace Master White. Hearing these words, the audience burst out in an uproar. The seniors were also in turmoil. There were only 10 spots, and now 3 of them were gone. Among the 3 recommendations, Bailey Qin and Qing Song would obviously get one since their strength had been proven long ago. It was undisputable. But how could Jian Wushuang skip the competition and get recommended automatically? The seniors of Dragon Palace had doubts about this. Since there were doubts, there were also disagreements. One person stood out instantly. Palace Master, I don't think it's fair. A powerful voice rose over the entire martial arts practice field. Chapter 149, 3 Sword Moves. Chapter 149, 3 Sword Moves. All the people in the martial arts practice field looked towards the spot where they heard that voice. A stout man with bronze skin stood there, with his hands folded and a battle axe on his back. His body radiated an irritable aura, and anger was burning in his eyes at this moment. It's him, Luoang, ranked 14th on the Earthly Dragon list. Many disciples and seniors were watching this with great interest. Jian Wushuang looked at the stout man and recognized him immediately. Among the seniors of Dragon Palace, Luoang, ranking 14th on the Earthly Dragon list. He was at the top of the list if you didn't count Bailey Qin and Qing Song. It's no wonder he would speak out against Jian Wushuang. Luoang, what are you dissatisfied about? Palace Master White asked and frowned. Palace Master White, I agree with what you said about striving for the 10 recommendations with our strength. But you gave 3 recommendations directly without going through the competition, Luoang said in a low voice. I have nothing to say about Bailey Qin and Qing Song as their strengths are universally acknowledged. But Jian Wushuang is a young and inexperienced kid who has only defeated Ouying Haoyue and ranked 10th on the Earthly Dragon list because of good luck. It won't be convincing if he automatically gets a recommendation. Then what do you want to do? Palace Master White asked with squinting eyes. It's very simple. Let him have a front-to-back battle with me. If he can beat me, I will say nothing, Luoang said directly. What he said caused intense excitement. Jian Wushuang touched his nose unintentionally and smiled inside his heart. I'm afraid that Luoang is not unconvinced about the recommendation I got, but my 10th rank on the Earthly Dragon list. Jian Wushuang had predicted that it would cause resentment and doubts after he ranked 10th on the Earthly Dragon list, especially by the experts who ranked 11th to 20th, as they would not believe their strength was weaker than his. And Luoang, who ranked 14th on the Earthly Dragon list, was among them. Jian Wushuang, what do you think? Palace Master, White looked at Jian Wushuang and asked, Since he is doubtful about my strength and wants to fight with me, then let's fight, Jian Wushuang answered, accepting it directly. Well then, you two have a fair fight. But remember to stop where you should, said Palace Master White. Both Jian Wushuang and Luo Ong nodded their heads, and all the disciples around them began to back away. Third brother, are you sure? Wang Yuan asked and frowned. Rest assured, Jian Wushuang answered, then smiled. Your third brother possesses great strength, so it won't be a problem for him to defeat Luo Ong, said Su Lai. He had witnessed how Jian Wushuang defeated Ouyang Haoyue. Naturally, he was more sure about Jian Wushuang's strength. No one else had witnessed that battle, so they had no idea about how wide the gap between Ouyang Haoyue and Jian Wushuang was. Of course, they would doubt Jian Wushuang's ranking. But Su Lai, who had witnessed the scene, had no doubt. He even believed that Jian Wushuang should rank higher. Boy, though the Golden Dragon Palace put you in the 10th place on the Earthly Dragon list, don't take it seriously. Sometimes the Golden Dragon Palace makes mistakes. Today I will let you know that it's not a big deal to defeat Ouyang Haoyue. Luo Ong stood in front of Jian Wushuang while speaking coldly. Perhaps, but I don't have so much nonsense to say. Just as Jian Wushuang finished speaking, a figure had already dashed out. While radiating sword essence of earth, Jian Wushuang lifted the triple kill sword and rushed forward as well. A terrifying power instantly gathered, and a mighty sword shadow raged. The 11th move of the formless sword wave. As the sword shadow rushed out, the surrounding disciples of Dragon Palace all felt dazed by its vast power. The first and second volume of the formless sword wave only contained 14 moves, and Jian Wushuang was able to display the 11th move easily. How deep was his comprehension in the sword essence of earth? With this move, he could easily pass through the 11th layer of the Dragon Gate. What's more, he's said to perceive the earth, gale, and raging fire essences at the same time, said someone in the area. While watching this vast sword shadow approach, Luo Ong sneered. You are a warrior in the profound gold core realm. Even daring to actually fight against me, do you want to die? The battle axe behind Luo Ong also appeared in his hands. He lifted it up and then slashed it down. It was extremely domineering and seemed like it could break a mountain. The power of the Exception Gold Core realm was perfectly displayed. After that, the two collided. Bang! After that loud noise, Luo Ang's expression suddenly changed. He discovered that the power of the vast sword Shadow Jian Wushuang displayed was not weaker than the power from his giant axe. Not only that, it was actually stronger. During the confrontation, the axe shadow he displayed was defeated. How can he, a warrior in the profound gold core realm, possess such strength? Luo Ong had no time to show his shock as Jian Wushuang attacked him with another sword move. This move was very fierce and rapid. It was obviously the sword skill of blood and fire, with a power that was greater than the sword essence of earth that was displayed a moment ago. Luo Ong immediately fought back with the battle axe, but when the battle axe collided with the sword shadow, it was blasted away. Luo Ang's body was also instantly knocked back at that moment. Suddenly, there was a streak of light in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Formless sword art. 7th move. Si Chuyu. A cold sword light appeared at that moment, and the surrounding world seemed to become completely dark. In the darkness, there was only the sword light. This sword light passed by Luo Ong at an astonishing speed. Luo Ong had no time to react. By the time he regained his balance, Jian Wushuang was already standing behind him, sheathing the triple kill sword. At the same time, Luo Ong noticed a few hairs near his ear were falling down. Luo Ong was stunned. Not only him, many of the surrounding disciples, and even the seniors were all stunned. He had been defeated. Luo Ong was defeated. and it was an extremely miserable defeat. 3 sword moves. Yes, Jian Wushuang used a total of 3 moves. That was all it took. Luo Ong was defeated. What was worse, if Jian Wushuang had not shown mercy, he would have died under those 3 sword moves. The gap was too wide. Oh, it seems that this little guy's strength is even greater than we expected. Palace Master White was not surprised at all. Instead, she turned to speak with the temple masters behind her. Indeed, we all knew he would have no problem defeating Luoong, but we did not expect him to defeat Luoong with only 3 sword moves. 10th rank might still be a little low. Chapter 150, Bailey Chin. Chapter 150, Bailey Chin. His rank was underestimated. He is strong enough to rank in the top 5. Stupid Luoong. Does he really think there is something wrong with the ranking decided by Golden Dragon Palace? Those temple masters were talking and laughing. Many people doubted Jian Wushuang's strength and disputed whether he was qualified to rank 10th on the earthly dragon list. However, those temple masters of Dragon Palace never doubted it. The rank of the earthly dragon list was actually decided by Golden Dragon Palace. When evaluating Jian Wushuang's rank, those temple masters who are seniors in Golden Dragon Palace conferred about it and judged that he was qualified to rank in the top 10. Not long ago, one of Blood Feather Tower's strongholds in Tianyan Province was destroyed. Hundreds of assassins were slaughtered, including over 10 gold-masked assassins and 1 purple-masked assassin. Another purple-masked assassin only managed to live by fleeing. Palace Master White talked about it slowly. According to the news from Golden Dragon Palace, it was done by only 1 person, and he was just a warrior in the primordial gold core realm. After hearing about it, I think it was done by Jian Wushuang. After all, when it occurred, he happened to be in Tianyan Province. I don't think I need to mention the hatred he feels towards Blood Feather Tower. In the whole Tianzong dynasty, he is the only warrior in the primordial gold core realm that would seek revenge against Blood Feather Tower in such a crazy manner. But nobody witnessed how he killed so many assassins and the purple-masked assassin in that battle at the stronghold. It remains unknown whether he used some special skills or his own strength. Thus, we ranked him 10th in the earthly dragon list. If he did it by his own strength, killing so many assassins and a purple-masked assassin alone, he deserves to be ranked in the top 5 of the earthly dragon list. Now, it seems like he really did kill those assassins with his own strength, Palace Master Black said with a smile. Exactly. Palace Master White and other temple masters all nodded slightly. The martial arts practice field was silent. After sheathing his long sword, Jian Wushuang slowly turned and walked toward Wang Yuan and the others. When he passed by Luoong, he stopped to glance at Luoong and asked him in a cold voice, "Are you convinced now?" Luoang's heart trembled slightly. Convinced? How could he not be convinced? He was defeated by Jian Wushuang in 3 moves. If Jian Wushuang had not shown mercy, he would have been instantly killed by Jian Wushuang. How could he dare to not be convinced by such strength? Luoong turned red and began trembling at this moment. Now, is anyone else dissatisfied with the results? Palace Master, White said while looking around. Suddenly, nobody dared to say anything. This world operated under a simple principle. Whoever is strongest makes the rules. Before, Jian Wushuang had no recognized battle results, so he was unable to convince them. But now, no one doubted Jian Wushuang's rank on the earthly dragon list. After all, he defeated Luoong with only 3 moves. Naturally, no one dared to say anything. But at this moment, clap, 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 applause sounded. As everyone looked at him, the handsome, scarlet-robed youth slowly walked forward. After the scarlet-robed youth stepped forward, there was some turmoil on the field. The scarlet-robed youth was Bailey Chin, an exceptional genius ranked second on the earthly dragon list. Jian Wushuang also looked over at him while squinting slightly. Bailey Chin, do you have a complaint? Palace Master White looked at Bailey Chin and asked him while frowning. No, it's just rare to meet such an exceptional genius. I want to compete with you. Looking at Jian Wushuang, Bailey Chin smiled and said to him, even I might not be able to defeat Luoang in 3 moves. And I think you didn't use all your strength, did you? I'm really curious what level your strength is really at. Shall we have a competition? With you? Jian Wushuang slightly changed his expression and then said with a smile, for what? Just to see who's stronger? That's boring. How about we both go through the Heavenly Palace? We can see who makes it the farthest, Bailey Chin said and smiled. Go through the Heavenly Palace? Jian Wushuang touched his nose and then nodded. Okay. Hearing his answer, Bailey Chen's mouth curled upward. The disciples in the area were having a heated discussion at that moment. Go through the Heavenly Palace. Are Jian Wushuang and Bailey Chen going through the Heavenly Palace? Are they having a competition? Both the normal disciples and the seniors were shocked. One of them was famous, ranking second on the earthly dragon list for a long time. Not only that, he was unquestionably the top expert in Dragon Palace. Although the other had been famous for a shorter period of time, he had made it to this point at a rapid pace. He was already a legend, Jian Wushuang. Were they having a competition? Let's start, Bailey Chin suggested. All right. Jian Wushuang nodded. They immediately went to the Heavenly Palace, while those disciples of the Dragon Palace followed them without any hesitation. The 2 palace masters and those temple masters were talking and laughing. Are they having a competition now? Good. Where there is competition, there is improvement. To be honest, although both of them are in the gold core realm, I'm still eager to watch them compete. So am I. Let's go and have a look. Haha, let's go and find out who is the strongest. They talked and laughed while walking toward the Heavenly Palace. The Dragon Gate and the Heavenly Palace were the 2 major trials in Dragon Palace. The Dragon Gate specialized in testing their comprehension of essences. Thus, more people chose to go through it. But, unlike the Dragon Gate, the Heavenly Palace tested overall strength. Almost no disciple went through it during ordinary times. Generally, disciples of Dragon Palace who reached a certain level and were going to travel outside alone would give it a try. The seniors who just returned had already gone through the Heavenly Palace and met the requirements needed to leave Dragon Palace. The Dragon Gate was a huge pavilion standing inside Dragon Palace. But the Heavenly Palace was a corridor in a vast underground area. It was a large corridor, lined with flaming torches on both sides that lit up the whole area. Jian Wushuang and Bailey Chin stood at the edge of the corridor and looked forward. In the corridor, there were many man-shaped shadows standing in the distance. Obviously, those lifeless shadows were humanoid puppets. Jian Wushuang had dealt with humanoid puppets before in the trial tower of Sword Marquis Mansion. They guarded this area. But compared with humanoid puppets in the trial tower, the puppets in front of them were much stronger. These humanoid puppets were called battle minions of the Heavenly Palace, and they were the main part of the trial of the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 151, Go Through the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 151, Go Through the Heavenly Palace. At the very edge of the corridor, Jian Wushuang was standing side by side with Bailey Chen, followed by a large group of disciples behind them. Unlike the Dragon Gate, the Heavenly Palace was open to the public and could be seen by everyone. Jian Wushuang, this is your first time going through the Heavenly Palace, right? Bailey Chen asked with a smile. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. I have to remind you that the trial of Heavenly Palace is very simple. Although there are some hindrances created by these puppets, just go as far as you can. And don't forget, you can't stop or retreat. Once you do, the trial will end. Got it. Bailey Chin said. Can't stop. Jian Wushuang frowned and asked, in other words, I have to keep moving forward. Yes, as long as you don't stop, you can go forward at a normal speed or even a very slow speed. Also, keep in mind that the Heavenly Palace is a total of 1 kilometer long. Bailey Chin said, 1 kilometer. Jian Wushuang suddenly changed color. In the outside world, traveling a kilometer would only take a minute. But the Heavenly Palace was filled with puppets that would try to stop him. So it was impossible for him to rush straight to the very end of the corridor. Just move forward as far as possible. Are you ready? Bailey Chin asked. Of course. Jian Wushuang nodded. Okay, let's start. Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the sentence finished, Jian Wushuang and Bailey Chin turned into a flowing light at the same time, directly rushing toward the end of the corridor. The competition to see who could go farthest in the Heavenly Palace had started, and they both started at the same time. At the edge of the corridor, a large number of the disciples were watching with anticipation. The moment Jian Wushuang and Bailey Chin appeared in the corridor, the puppets immediately came to life and rushed towards them. Bailey Chin ranks second on the earthly dragon list. A weird light shone in Jian Wushuang's eyes. I have been steadily cultivating in the sword tomb for the last 2 years. My strength has skyrocketed, even to the point where I can kill common experts in the Yin-Yang Void realm. However, it is said that the top 10 experts on the earthly dragon list are also capable of killing warriors in the Yin-Yang Void realm. And those ranked in the top 3 are at a monstrous level. This Bailey Chin ranks second on the earthly dragon list. Between the two of us, who is stronger? Jian Wushuang looked forward to competing with Bailey Chin. When he saw 10 puppets rushing toward him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Get out of my way. A howl of rage sounded out in an instant as the cold sword shadow swept out. With an overwhelming amount of sword essence of earth, the unbridled sword shadow instantly hit the puppets and knocked them away without even giving them a chance to touch Jian Wushuang. Without waiting, Jian Wushuang continued to attack, but 10 more puppets rushed towards him. The strength of these 10 puppets was obviously stronger than the puppets he just repulsed. The farther forward we move, the stronger these puppets will be. They will also be a greater hindrance, right? Narrowing his eyes, Jian Wushuang felt like he had a basic understanding of the trial in the Heavenly Palace. Now that he understood the situation, he would use his full power and move forward. Come on. With a growl, Jian Wushuang instantaneously released his full power. Wielding an unbridled sword shadow, he used the fiery wind sword essence to the pinnacle of his ability. The terrifying sword shadow, like a fire dragon, easily bombarded the puppets and knocked them backwards. Jian Wushuang had not been hindered at all, so he continued to rush forward, attacking the puppets in the process. On the other side, Bailey Chin also used all his strength. His palms slammed forward, one after the other, and his blood-colored gloves radiated an iridescent luster at this moment. His attacks caused even the air to tremble. Every one of his attacks was frightening. Each blow contained the combined essences of raging fire and water drop. Water and fire essence. Obviously, Bailey Chin had combined 2 essences as well. Bailey Chin's water and fire essence was not weaker than Jian Wushuang's fiery wind essence. Also, Bailey Chin's palm skill was extremely terrifying, frightening, and appalling. One blow after another, the puppets never even had an opportunity to touch him before being knocked back. Extremely awesome. Is that the strength of the second rank on the earthly dragon list? Extremely awesome. Bailey Chin is too strong. His every move seems to be able to destroy the heaven and earth. Although I'm an expert on the earthly dragon list, I don't think I could withstand his attacks. Jian Wushuang is so strong as well. His comprehension of fiery wind sword essence is extremely high, together with his violent, fierce, and rapid assaults. Luckily, those puppets are made of special materials that are unbreakable. Otherwise, they would have already been chopped into pieces. Both of them are very strong. What Bailey Qin said is true. When Jian Wushuang competed with Luoang just now, he did not try his best. He did not even use his fiery wind sword essence. A large number of disciples were talking about that, and each of them was very shocked. However, despite the strength possessed by both Jian Wushuang and Bailey Qin, the farther they went into the corridor, the stronger those puppets were, and the more they were hindered by them. Soon, both of them began slowing down. It was starting to get quite difficult for them to move forward. Finally, bang! A puppet approached Jian Wushuang with a fierce saber attack, but Jian Wushuang used his sword to withstand it. The terrifying sword's shadow instantly pierced the void, colliding with the incoming saber, immediately launching the puppet backwards. However, the power of this puppet's saber was not weak. Although it couldn't hurt Jian Wushuang, it was still enough to make him stop for an instant. That pause meant that this trial was over, so the puppets surrounding him immediately stopped. At almost the same time when Jian Wushuang stopped, Bailey Qin was also forced to stop by a puppet. In a single instant, both of them had stopped and their trials had ended at nearly the same time. At this moment, the distance between them was less than 10 meters. One was in front and the other was slightly behind. In the outside world, a 10-meter distance was like a single step, but in the heavenly palace, it was much more complicated. Seeing this scene, the disciples at the edge of the corridor also stood up in amazement and stared at Jian Wushuang. Palace masters black and white, as well as the temple masters, also watched this scene speechlessly. Only 10 meters that can be made up for with a single step. Jian Wushuang is not lucky enough. Yes, the figure that was 10 meters behind was Jian Wushuang. If, as usual, getting behind was a fact, but now there seemed to have coincidence as far as the merely 10-meter distance. Chapter 152, The Peak of Profound Gold Core Realm. Chapter 152, The Peak of Profound Gold Core Realm. I lost. I did my best, but I still lost, Jian Wushuang said helplessly. He indeed did his best. Even after using fiery wind sword essence with his full power, he was still 10 meters behind. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jian Wushuang returned to the edge of the corridor with Bailey Qin. A large number of disciples were staring at them excitedly. You two did an excellent job, said the Palace Master White. Bailey Qin, your strength has improved a lot compared to 3 years ago. You exaggerate, Palace Master. I was lucky to be 10 meters ahead this time. After all, this was the first time Jian Wushuang went through the Heavenly Palace. He is not quite familiar with it yet. If he tried again, I might not be his match. His strength is greater than mine, Bailey Qin said. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples were stunned. They did not expect that Bailey Qin would admit that Jian Wushuang's strength was greater than his. Everybody knew that Bailey Qin ranked second on the earthly dragon list, while Jian Wushuang, how old was he? I lost, and this is the truth. Even if we fought one more time, I would still lose. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, All right, you two are done fighting, so now it's time for the competition. There will be 7 winners, selected during the competition. Let's go. Hearing what Palace Master White said, the disciples returned to martial arts practice field again and threw themselves into the competition. The combat over the remaining 7 recommendations would be much crueler. It was a competition where everyone had to depend on their own strength. Only the 7 strongest people would be allowed to attend the selection battle. Yang Zishuan walked directly towards Luoang with a cold face. You are Luoang, right? Your recommendation chance will be mine, Yang Zishuan said coldly. How ridiculous! Being immediately enraged, Luoang threw himself into the fight with Yang Zishuan. Only a few minutes later, this fierce battle ended. The result amazed nearly all the disciples of Dragon Palace. Luoang lost again. First, Jian Wushuang beat him. Now Yang Zishuan was the second one who defeated him. Although Yang Zishuan was not able to defeat Luoang within 3 moves like Jian Wushuang, he had overpowered Luoang throughout the whole match, without any suspense. It was obvious that Yang Zishuan's battle strength was much greater than Luoang's. The top 10 Yang Zishuan strength is strong enough to rank in the top 10 of the earthly dragon list. We have one more powerful person. Haha, how unfortunate for Luoang. After all, he is ranking 14th on the earthly dragon list, but he was defeated by 2 people in the same today, being overpowered by both of them. Hearing the disciples' discussions, Palace Master White and the others were happy and surprised. Yang Zishuan was strong enough to be in the top 10 of the earthly dragon list, which meant that they might get one more spot in the easternmost hunt this time. So, of course, they were happy. Other than Yang Zishuan, there was one more excellent newcomer who caught their attention. This person was Su Ro. This lady. Her swordsmanship is so odd. She has defeated 3 seniors in a row. One of them even ranked 29th on the earthly dragon list. While the disciples were discussing this, Su Ro defeated the 4th senior. So she had a very good chance of receiving a recommendation. Among the 4 newcomers who attended the competition this time, Jian Wushuang, Yang Zishuan, Su Ro, and Su Lai. Other than Su Lai, the other 3 would receive a recommendation. On behalf of Dragon Palace, they could attend the selection battle held in Tianzong Dynasty next month. Haha, you 3 are really excellent. You're definitely my siblings. Wang Yuan smiled and said proudly, especially Wushuang, you were so formidable when you competed with Bailey Qin. Everybody knows he is ranked 2nd on the earthly dragon list. But I was still defeated, said Jian Wushuang, shaking his head. He was not proud or happy at all. He thought after 2 years of earnest cultivation in the sword tomb that his strength would be enough to look down on the earthly dragon list. But obviously he was wrong. Even Bailey Qin, who was ranked 2nd, was so hard to defeat. Not to mention Shui Yin, who was ranked 1st. Since he was slightly weaker than Bailey Qin, how much stronger was Shui Yin? The selection battle next month will gather experts from everywhere. Shui Yin is a peerless genius that Blood Feather Tower elaborately cultivated. He will definitely attend it as well, which means he will probably fight with me. Jian Wushuang was worried and thought. 3 years ago, Bailey Qin and Qing Song teamed up to fight against Shui Yin, but they were only able to reach a draw. However, Shui Yin was just in the profound gold core realm at that time. Now 3 years had passed. What level was Shui Yin's strength at? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. If he fought with Shui Yin right now and didn't use the soul-taking secret skill, he had no confidence that he could win. There is only 1 month left before the battle. I must find a way to enhance my strength in this remaining month. A light flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. After the 10 recommendations were confirmed, Jian Wushuang left the martial arts practice field and went directly to Secret Pavilion. Once there, he exchanged for plenty of first-class, heavenly spirit pills. Afterwards, he devoted himself to earnest cultivation for 1 month. During that whole month, he had locked himself in the room, without even stepping outside of the door. Yang Zishuan and Su Ro were also in earnest cultivation. They all knew that there was only 1 month left before the match. Any improvements during this month would increase their chance of winning in the selection battle. Wang Yuan suffered the whole month, because everyone was cultivating in isolation at the same time, so he could not find anyone to drink with. In a flash, 1 month had passed. On the bed in his room, Jian Wushuang's eyes, which were originally half closed, suddenly opened. At the same time, a foul air was exhaled from his mouth. I have swallowed 30 first-class Heavenly Spirit pills this month, one each day. It's such a luxury. Although a great deal of the Heavenly Spirit pills' efficiency was wasted, it helped my cultivation reach the peak of the profound gold core realm. Clenching his hands tightly, he could feel that his power was much stronger than 1 month ago. Jian Wushuang smiled. Earlier in the sword tomb, his cultivation had already reached the profound gold core realm, only a small distance from the peak of the profound level. Plus, he had been cultivating tirelessly this month, while swallowing a large number of first-class Heavenly Spirit pills. It would be unreasonable if he did not reach the peak of the profound gold core realm. In addition, I finally grasped the 8th move of the formless sword art. Jian Wushuang smiled and muttered. The 7th move of the formless sword art could only be displayed by someone with a good comprehension of the Gale and Raging Fire sword essences. Combining them was unnecessary. While the 8th move required those 2 essences to be combined before it could be used, this move could really help Jian Wushuang raise his strength to a new level. It's a pity that I was still unable to combine 3 sword essences, even after this month of cultivation. Otherwise, I would be even more prepared, Jian Wushuang muttered in a dissatisfied tone. Chapter 153, The Selection Battle Begins. Chapter 153, The Selection Battle Begins. When the sword essences were combined, his fighting strength greatly improved. With the Fiery Wind sword essence, formed by the combination of Gale and Raging Fire, Jian Wushuang's fighting strength had improved immensely. The increase in strength would be even greater if he could combine 3 sword essences. As a conservative estimate, once Jian Wushuang combined 3 sword essences, his overall strength could be increased by at least 3 times. However, it's pity, during the 2 years of meditation in the sword tomb, even though his comprehension of those 4 sword essences was at a high level, he was unable to combine 3 sword essences. Neither sword essences of Earth nor Water Drop were combined with Fiery Wind sword essence successfully. Successfully combining them depended on more than just comprehension. What he needed was a moment of insight. If he was lucky, he could combine 3 sword essences in the next instant. However, even without combining 3 sword essences, I have absolute confidence I could defeat Bailey Qin now. My strength has improved a lot compared to 1 month ago, Jian Wushuang muttered confidently. He was different from other warriors. What he practiced was inverse cultivation. Other warriors could only gain limited improvements within 1 month, while he could greatly improve. After all, his current cultivation was only in the profound gold core realm, while Bailey Qin and the other top experts were all at the peak of the gold core realm. Just looking at his cultivation level, there was plenty of room for improvement. The 1-month deadline is near, which means the selection battle is about to start. Jian Wushuang thought. His hands were clenched tightly, and a light shined in his eyes. 10 griffins had long been prepared outside of the Dragon Palace. Jian Wushuang, Yang Zaishuan, and Su Ro walked side by side towards Bailey Qin. Bailey Qin randomly picked a griffin and sat down, looking over at them as he said, "You 3 finally arrived. We were all waiting for you. Why is it just you guys here, where are Palace Master White and the others?" Jian Wushuang said questioningly, "They have already gone to the selection battlefield. They don't have time to deal with us," Bailey Qin said jokingly. "All right, pick a griffin and let's go." Not sure why, but the selection battlefield this time is, unexpectedly, 100 miles away from the Imperial Palace. Outside the Imperial Palace? Jian Wushuang grew suspicious. Soon after, the 10 gold core realm experts, who were attending the battle on behalf of Dragon Palace, left on the griffins. 100 miles away from the Imperial Palace was a huge blank field. At this moment, that blank field was already very crowded and busy. Through the internal selection battle in Tianzong Dynasty, the strongest 15 geniuses would be picked to attend the easternmost hunt. The selection battle was held every decade. Needless to say, everyone took this quite seriously. An innumerable amount of warriors was gathered in the field. Although it was not yet noon, the number must have reached over 100,000. With more than 100,000 people gathered in a blank field, what would it look like? They looked like a swarm of wasps. Fortunately, Tianzong Dynasty had a royal guard. With the royal guard in place, the battlefield was kept in good order. After all, every sergeant was at the exceptional gold core realm. The royal guard had an incredible battle strength, and the sergeants worked well together so nobody could cause trouble in front of them. If someone tried, it would only take a few sergeants to suppress them. The crowd included a large number of experts with tyrannical auras, most of which were much stronger than the exceptional gold core realm. They were experts from the earthly dragon list. Normally, they would rarely appear, but during this event, experts from the earthly dragon list could be seen everywhere. At a glance, it was easy to spot more than 50 experts from the earthly dragon list. However, the warriors present were not really excited to see the normal experts of the earthly dragon list. They saw too many in this event. What attracted their sight was those top experts. That is Ouyang Haoqian, right? Yes, it's him, ranked third on the earthly dragon list. The man next to him is his little brother, Ouyang Haoyue. I heard that he can easily kill the experts in the Inyang Void realm. He will definitely be one of the strongest who claims one of the 15 places in this selection battle. Is that Mu Yingying from the Mu clan? She attended as well. She was originally ranked third on the earthly dragon list, but is now ranked fourth. Even though she moved back one rank, her strength still should not be underestimated. Quite a lot of people were discussing in secret. Brother, look at how many people are watching you. Standing next to his eldest brother, Ouyang Haoyue felt proud. Well, ignore them, Ouyang Haoyan said casually. I am pretty confident that I can get a spot in the selection battle. As for you, I will try my best to get a spot for you too if there is a chance. Thanks, brother, Ouyang Haoyue said excitedly. But suddenly his face turned cold and he said, Brother, I have a request. It's about Jian Wushuang. Yes, I know. Ouyang Haoqian nodded and said, Don't worry, I will handle it for you. Jian Wushuang is not qualified to be my opponent. Forget Jian Wushuang. Even Bailey Chen will be defeated by me this time. Nowadays, only one person is qualified to be my opponent on the entire earthly dragon list. Who? Ouyang Haoyue could not help but ask. Shui Yun, Ouyang Haoqian said. With his eyes suddenly shrank, he is coming. A black shadow swept through the air at an amazing speed. In no time it appeared, hovering over the area. This shadow turned out to be a giant black condor, carrying a robed figure. It began to float down slowly, finally landing on the platform, which was temporarily built in the center of the blank field. The platform was quiet. Even though there were plenty of warriors around, nobody dared to step on it. At this moment, the figure suddenly appeared on the platform, overlooking everyone in the field with a wicked look. In an instant, the entire field was in a tumult. He is Shui Yun. Yes, he is Shui Yun. He is the one who is ranking first on the earthly dragon list, and the well-deserved strongest beneath the Inyang Void realm. He will definitely acquire one of the 15 spots, without a doubt. Seeing him, plenty warriors around were very excited. Shui Yun could be called a myth and a legend. He was a goal that almost all warriors of Tianzong Dynasty were striving for. But now, this myth appeared in front of everybody, overlooking the crowd crossly with his wicked and evil eyes. With everybody was in his sight. Everybody who was in his sight could not help lowering their heads, including the experts of the earthly dragon list. No one dared to look Shui Yun in the eye. They knew the disparity between their power was quite big. The disparity was so big that they could not catch up with purely by cultivating. "Brother, is he Shui Yin?" There were several figures with long swords on their backs in the crowd. They were from Tianyuan sword sect. Among them was Jian Meng'er and her great master, Shui Hanqin, whom Jian Wushuang had seen before. Chapter 154 Greeting. Chapter 154 Greeting. "It's him, the strongest person on the earthly dragon list, a real monster." Next to Jian Meng'er stood a handsome man with a somewhat ethereal atmosphere. The elegant man was Ling Feng, the top genius of the Tianyuan sword sect. At the moment, Ling Feng looked dignified, staring at the demonic youth on the platform in front of him. "A monster? Is he more powerful than you, senior brother?" Jian Meng'er could not help asking. "Junior sister, you overestimate me. I know my own ability. Although I'm ranked 41st on the earthly dragon list, I'm nothing compared to Shui Yin. I don't even know if I could take one move from him," Ling Feng said seriously. "Ling Feng, don't be too humble. Shui Yin is strong, but your strength is not bad. Even a few of the upper elders in the Tianyuan sword sect admire your strength. But if you really don't want to face Shui Yin, you can bypass him when the selection battle starts. Just avoid head-on collisions with him," Shui Hanqin said, standing beside him. "I know." Ling Feng nodded slightly. As one of the 5 biggest sword sects in Tianyan province, Tianyuan sword sect could be seen as first class in the Tianzong dynasty in terms of strength. It also received a recommendation for the selection battle, and the recommendation was naturally given to Ling Feng. Suddenly, many warriors standing in the area looked into the air not far away, where they saw some dark spots appear. There were 10 dark spots. "It is Dragon Palace. The disciples of Dragon Palace are coming. It's the Dragon Palace that is said to be filled with exceptional geniuses." Many warriors on the field were excited again. Those 10 dark spots gradually became larger under the stares of the warriors, and then they appeared in the air above the open space. "So many people," Jian Wushuang said secretly when seeing the dense crowd beneath. "There are many people every time the selection battle starts," said Bailey Chin, smiling on the side. It was not his first time coming to the selection battlefield. It was just that he was only in the audience last time, like the large number of warriors below. "Let's go down." As soon as Bailey Chin finished his words, those 10 figures immediately jumped from the griffin at the same time. The 10 figures appeared on the ground of the open space almost at the same time. The warriors, however, who were originally around them, retreated back and made way for them. Jian Wushuang and the others slowly walked forward along the path in the crowd. All eyes were concentrated on them. Disciples of Dragon Palace were so eye-catching. After all, Dragon Palace was the holy place for cultivators in Tianzong dynasty. After all, among the 100 people on the earthly dragon list, disciples of Dragon Palace occupied a total of 17. Besides, for the 15 spots in each selection battle, Dragon Palace usually won 4 or 5. With such glorious results, it was difficult for Dragon Palace to go unnoticed. That is Bailey Chin, the 2nd place on the earthly dragon list. Qing Tsang, Barbarian King Qing Tsang, the Barbarian King, is the young man with a sword on his back, Jian Wushuang. Did Jian Wushuang come too? He is 10th place on the earthly dragon list, but his ranking was not earned. Haha, really? I guess there are quite a few experts on the earthly dragon list who are not convinced by his ranking. Watch, after the selection battle starts later, there will be lots of people eyeing him. Isn't he unfortunate? I couldn't agree more. Many warriors were whispering, and what most of them talked about was Jian Wushuang. That's the way it goes. Experts on the earthly dragon list were ranked using convincing battle results. But Jian Wushuang's battle results were questioned by many people. They thought he was not qualified to be ranked in the top 10. Therefore, he was naturally more noticeable. Nobody noticed that on the raised platform in the center of the open space, the long-haired wicked young man, Shui Yun, also glanced at the people from Dragon Palace, with his eyes finally remaining fixed on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, the target of the Scarlet Kill command. He made our blood feather tower fail 2 times in assassinations, and it was because of him our blood feather tower suffered a huge loss. He does not look that strong, Shui Yun murmured, but suddenly he slightly tilted his mouth, revealed a touch of a strange smile. Master has personally instructed me to kill him in this selection battle without fail. Since we will meet sooner or later, I will say hello to him in advance. Thinking of this, Shui Yun immediately turned into a cloud of fog and drifted straight over. Jian Wushuang, those people around you are talking about you. They all said you do not deserve to be ranked 10th on the earthly dragon list, Bailey Chin sneered. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang also smirked and couldn't help touching his nose. But at that moment, a sudden streak of light flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He instantly raised his head, watching as a shadow drifted towards him silently. A blast of amazing killing intent had firmly locked onto him. Many people had wanted to kill Jian Wushuang during his life, but this was his first time being locked onto by such a large and astonishing killing intent. Blood Feather Tower? Jian Wushuang slightly tilted his mouth and quickly stepped out. The triple kill sword was instantly unsheathed. Chu! An unbridled sword shadow directly cut through the air with irresistible force and swept forward, using his supreme gold core at the peak of the profound gold core realm. A power which had already reached the peak of the gold core realm instantly rushed forward, and the drifting dark shadow also directly released a black light at that moment. The sword shadow immediately collided with the black light. Suddenly, bang! The earth and the sky changed color. A terrible roar instantly exploded in the area, like a lightning bolt out of nowhere. As a large number of warriors around had not yet responded, they watched the space where the sword shadow collided with the black light directly. 2 terrible forces formed a violent wind, which was like a destructive storm. It immediately swept out with an overwhelming strength. Rumble. The entire area trembled frantically. The place where Jian Wushuang and Shui Yun collided was the first to experience the blast, with dust and gravel flying out as the destructive storm expanded. Instantly, the power of the destructive storm increased. However, when the destructive storm expanded, a disaster occurred. Do you think that Jian Wushuang can get a spot this time? The 2 warriors in the gold core realm were standing at the side and talking casually. They were the closest to the point of collision. Suddenly, there was a huge roar, followed by a blast from the destructive storm. What? The 2 warriors in the gold core realm were directly knocked away before they could even react. At the same time, flying gravel hit them, causing them to immediately spit blood. As for the other warriors, they also changed their facial expressions at that moment. Oh no! My God! Run quickly! What the hell is this? Chapter 155 Battle. Chapter 155 Battle. Run. A large number of warriors were crazily escaping in all directions at this moment, chased by the horrible, destructive storm that was mercilessly rushing towards them, shaking heaven and earth. They did not notice the 2 figures that were fiercely fighting in the center of the platform until the destructive storm calmed. It's them. One is Shui Yun, the other one is Jian Wushuang. It's them. The storm was created by them. At that moment, nearly 100,000 warriors were gathered in the field, looking towards the center in terror. The sword shadow and the black light were still in contact, and a terrifying spiritual power was constantly being released, spurting sparks occasionally. Not bad, Shui Yun said, revealing an evil smile and retreating in an instant. You want to escape? Not that easy, Jian Wushuang said coldly. The moment when Shui Yun retreated, Jian Wushuang thrust toward him with his triple kill sword, instantly releasing fiery wind, sword essence. The eighth move of the formless sword art. With the help of Gale, the sword light glided through the air like a fiery dragon, appearing in front of Shui Yun in a flash. With a calm look, Shui Yun used his blood-red blade to ward off the attack, instantly covering the area in darkness. Clang! With another fierce strike, the area began twisting due to failure to bear the strength. A strong gale rushed out, blowing away all the debris in the area. There was a horrid sound of thunder, and the ground trembled. The constant gale and the horrible roar released by the terrifying blast shocked most of the warriors in the area. At that moment, whoosh, whoosh, two figures appeared next to Shui Yun at the same time, one left and one right. They were Yang Zishuan and Su Ro. They joined the fight with no hesitation. A saber split through the air and glided directly toward Shui Yun. At the same time, Su Ro waved her long sword. A vast sword essence of water drop was released, and the spiritual power rushed towards Shui Yun's head. Shui Yun's face turned dark. Swaying his body, he suddenly disappeared from the area. When he reappeared, he was in the center of the platform. However, as soon as he appeared there, a cold sound blew into Shui Yun's ear. Following the sound, a sword shadow which was cold and formidably powerful was fiercely moving towards him. With his pupils contracting, Shui Yun had to retreat again. Crack! The cold sword shadow glided directly over the several meters tall platform. In an instant, the platform was split into two pieces. Shock! The entire crowd was shocked. Seeing the two halves of the platform, many warriors could not help taking a deep breath. You guys, what are you doing? With a roar, a bunch of golden-armored sergeants approached Jian and Shui. Needless to say, these golden-armored sergeants were the royal guards who were in charge of the maintaining order here. They appeared in the center and stopped Jian Wushuang and Shui Yun. Although the royal guards appeared, they actually felt quite helpless. Normally, they would instantly suppress any battles when people messed around and made so much trouble, regardless of whether they were ordinary warriors or experts on earthly dragon list. However, this time they were, my God, are they really only in the gold core realm? Judging by the horrendous noise just now, they would not be weaker than some top experts in the Yin-Yang Void realm. They were not people who could be easily suppressed by the royal guards, who were only in the exceptional gold core realm. A random blade flash or sword essence from either of them was powerful enough to kill a whole group of them. Both of them are ranked in the top 10 on the earthly dragon list. One is obviously not just ranked 10th according to his true strength, and the other one is the indisputable first on the earthly dragon list. What are they fighting for? The sergeants were roaring in their hearts. At the same time, a large number of the surrounding warriors were scared as well. Powerful. They are too powerful. We are also experts on the earthly dragon list, but the strength disparity between them and us is too great. Too powerful, too terrifying. It's not a big deal for Shui Yun. After all, he is recognized as the strongest on the earthly dragon list, so his strength was never doubted. But why is Jian Wushuang's strength so powerful as well? Those warriors all felt it was inconceivable, especially since many of them were still questioning why Jian Wushuang was ranked 10th just minutes ago. They believed that he was not qualified to hold that rank. But now, even though the fight with Shui Yun ended quickly, the strength Jian Wushuang released was powerful enough to shock the experts who ranked in top 10 on the earthly dragon list. Jian Wushuang. His strength is really powerful. A beautiful and smart girl was staring at Jian Wushuang with a stiffened face at that moment as well. She was Mu Yingying, who ranked 4th on the earthly dragon list. After watching this short fight, she could not look down on Jian Wushuang's strength at all. Shui Yun is a monster. I don't even have the courage to fight with him. However, Jian Wushuang actually fought with him to that extent. Even though Shui Yun did not display his utmost strength, Jian Wushuang was already very powerful. A cold-faced man, carrying a saber on his waist, stood in the crowd, with his eyes sparkling slightly. He was the top genius of the gladiator arena, Feng Yutian, who was ranked 5th on the earthly dragon list. "Big brother," Ouyang Haoyue said, looking toward his brother. Frowning slightly, Ouyang Haotian said, "Jian Wushuang's strength is indeed very good. I might only be a little bit stronger than him, but if we fight formally, I have confidence in defeating him." Other than the experts in the top 10 ranks, even those who ranked lower were discussing this as well. Too powerful, they are too strong. Ling Feng's body was shaking with his hand clenched. The short fight between Jian Wushuang and Shui Yun completely scared him. However, he did not notice that Shui Hanqin and Jian Ming'er, who stood beside him, were completely baffled as well. It's him. Shui Hanqin was looking at Jian Wushuang incredulously, the same as everyone else who was present at this moment. She had met him before. One of her disciples was defeated by him 3 years ago. She was very shocked and pissed at that time. She even threatened him, saying that she would cultivate her disciple vigorously in the next 3 years, and they would get revenge 3 years later. However, 3 years had passed. She did not expect this. Jian Wushuang, he is Jian Wushuang. Jian Menger's body was shaking as well. She looked at Jian Wushuang in shock and panic. Even senior brother Ling Feng is not Shui Yun's match. How could Jian Wushuang fight with him so equally and not appear weaker than him? Jian Ming'er could not say a word at that moment. Meanwhile, Shui Hanqin looked towards her. After staring at each other for a few minutes, the expressions on their faces became slightly self-deprecating. Chapter 156, Diamond Cuts Diamond. Chapter 156, Diamond Cuts Diamond. The surrounding warriors were currently in discussion. Jian Wushuang, in a black robe, with the triple kill sword in hand. Suddenly, a sword essence was released through the air. The sword essence, with a billowing battle intent, radiated from Jian Wushuang. The billowing battle intent caused the whole area calm down. Everyone was looking forward to what might happen next. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures appeared next to Jian Wushuang. They were Yang Zishuan and Su Rou. Their faces were cold, and both were staring at the demonic youth, Shui Yun, who was not far away from them. I just wanted to say hello. No need to take it so seriously." Shui Yun smiled with an evil look. "Say hello? The way you guys from Blood Feather Tower saying hello is really special," Jian Wushuang sneered. Shui Yun raised his eyebrows and said, "Jian Wushuang, I had never even heard of you 1 month ago, but now you are quite well known in Blood Feather Tower. More than 1 month ago, you raided the Clearwater stronghold in Qingshui on your own, killing more than 100 assassins there. Even 2 purple-masked assassins were defeated, with one dying and the other one escaping. Aren't you quite efficient?" Shui Yun spoke casually. While listening to what he said, many warriors in the area were shocked. He attacked the Clearwater stronghold alone? He eliminated more than 100 assassins, and even the purple-masked assassins were defeated, with one dying and the other one escaping. Purple-masked assassins? Aren't they the supreme experts in the Yin-Yang Void Realm? Jian Wushuang has such frightening battle results? Unexpected. Compared to your Blood Feather Tower, what I did is nothing, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Shui Yun sneered non-committally. You too, a low voice sounded. The sound was from one of the royal guards, who seemed to be the leader. Any hatred between you can be resolved during the coming selection battle. For now, I hope you will temporarily stop. Even if you are powerful, The royal guard will definitely suppress you. The sergeants of the royal guard in the area all looked serious. Having glanced at the royal guards who were gathering around them, Jian Wushuang lifted his head, looked toward Shuiyang, and said, "I will be coming for you in the selection battle." "I will be waiting for you," Shuiyang spoke proudly with a slight smile. Their words immediately created a disturbance around the platform. Everybody became excited. Everybody knew that there would be an exciting and matchless battle in the selection battle. The fierce confrontation between Jian and Shui just now was only a warm-up. Several figures were gathered in the air not far away from the platform. Some were floating, and some were riding on flying beasts. At first glance, there were at least 10 people. These people were all peak experts of the Yin-Yang Void Realm. They were the top experts from the sects, which included Palace Masters Black-White from Dragon Palace, Grey Robe from Blood Feather Tower, and one of the Hall Masters from the Gladiator Arena. Those experts saw what just happened on the platform, and a few of them were in discussion. "Ha, those little fellows have bad tempers. One is Shui Yin from Blood Feather Tower, and the other is Jian Wushuang from Dragon Palace. So it's not surprising that they want to fight. After all, the hatred between Jian Wushuang and Blood Feather Tower is well known." "Exactly. Their fight will be a competition of diamond cutting diamond. I am looking forward to it. Palace Masters and Mr. Grey Robe, don't you have anything to say? Both of them are disciples under your commands." These Yin-Yang Void Realm experts were talking and laughing. "There is nothing to say. Jian Wushuang is the target of the Scarlet Kill command from our Blood Feather Tower. He needs to die no matter what," Grey Robe said coldly. You like to exaggerate. Be careful that you don't bite your tongue. Seems like the lesson you received 2 years was not enough." Palace Master White glanced at Grey Robe and spoke coldly. 2 years ago?" With his mouth spasming, Grey Robe continued, "If it wasn't for the other 2 forces secretly helping you 2 years ago, your Dragon Palace would not have put our Blood Feather Tower in such a situation. How ridiculous." "Oh, you are just quarrelsome," said the Palace Master White sneeringly. "You are the one who is quarrelsome. Just wait. That exceptional genius will die in this selection battle," Grey Robe said. Hearing this, Palace Master White's face darkened. She was a little bit worried about Jian Wushuang. That boy should just participate in the selection battle like normal. Why does he need to engage himself in a fight with Shui Yun like a fool? Shui Yun is the recognized first place on the earthly dragon list. His strength was already frightening 3 years ago. In addition, during the past 3 years, his strength had improvements in cultivation and other aspects. All the people in the Tianzong dynasty knew that now Shui Yin was a hardcore monster, so nobody dared to challenge him. However, Jian Wushuang was determined to fight with this monster. If he avoided Shui Yin in the selection battle, he could definitely get a place with his strength. But once he faces Shui Yin, it will be difficult for him to survive, not to mention claiming a spot. Having glanced at each other, Palace Masters White and Black were both worried. But right at that moment, it's quite lively here. A gentle and amiable voice suddenly rang out, as a golden chair appeared in the very center of the crowd of experts. On the chair sat a handsome man in a golden imperial robe. Seeing the imperial robed man who suddenly appeared, the Yin-Yang Void Realm experts all became courteous. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Your Majesty." Many experts bowed to the imperial robed man, included Palace Master White, Palace Master Black, and Grey Robe. They stood up from their seats and gave him a courteous bow. In the entire Tianzong dynasty, only one person was qualified to be called Your Majesty. He was Di Shi, the monarch of Tianzong dynasty. She was not only the present monarch of Tianzong dynasty, but also a peak expert ranked first on the Heavenly Dragon list. He was recognized as the strongest in the Yin Void realm in Tianzong dynasty. Regarding Crazy Knife, who shocked the entire Tianzong dynasty 100 years ago and had been ranked first on the Heavenly Dragon list for several decades. He had been removed from the Heavenly Dragon list because of his long absence. "No need to be so formal. Please sit as you were." As soon as she waved his hand lightly, the people present all sat back down. I saw the fight between those two young men. They are both very excellent, especially Shuiyin. His strength is very distinctive. He did not display his full strength, she said casually. The young man called Jian Wushuang is incredible as well. After all, he is only in the profound gold core realm right now. Once he achieves the exceptional gold core realm in several years, he will definitely be Shuiyin's match. It's a pity that these two outstanding young men enemies engaged in a life and death struggle. Chapter 157 Rules. Chapter 157 Rules. When it came to this, she was very helpless. The easternmost hunt was extremely cruel and could even be horrifying. As a small empire, the Tianzong dynasty could only compete with those middle-sized or large empires when all 15 geniuses participating in the hunt worked together. If there were internal conflicts, then it was the same thing as going to their death. Therefore, since Jian Wushuang was filled with a hatred toward Shuiyin, only one person between them could participate in the easternmost hunt. The other would have to stop at this selection battle. "It's almost time. Let's start," she said indifferently. Upon hearing this, a golden-armored general standing beside him respectfully nodded and then left. In the open space where a large number of warriors gathered, everyone was still focused on Jian Wushuang and Shuiyin. "Jian Wushuang, you have stolen the limelight." Bailey Qin walked up to Jian Wushuang and joked. "He started it." Jian Wushuang shrugged. "I know." Bailey Chen's expression suddenly grew dignified and said, "But you must be careful with Shuiyin. That guy is rather terrifying." "Terrifying?" Jian Wushuang glanced at Bailey Chen. An exceptional genius ranked second on the Earthly Dragon list. Actually used this word to describe a warrior at the same level. "He's very terrifying," Bailey Chen said seriously. 3 years ago, I teamed up with Qing Psang to fight against him. It resulted in a draw, but at the time he was only in the profound gold core realm. At the time he had just entered the profound gold core realm, not even at the peak level. But now his cultivation has reached the peak of the exceptional gold core realm. Just going by his cultivation, his power has increased a lot. Let alone counting his talent, in the past 3 years, his comprehension of the essence realm must have improved tremendously. In short, he is now a downright monster. Even if it was me, I'm afraid I would not be qualified as his opponent now. "I feel like that too," Qing Psang, who had been silent the whole time, also commented in a low voice. "Although I haven't fought against him in the last 3 years, the second I saw him, I felt like he has reached a level I can't even touch." "Oh." Jian Wushuang's pupil slightly dilated. Bailey Qin and Qing Psang were the two people who actually fought with Shuiyin, but they were both afraid of him. Jian Wushuang was also extremely serious. He knew that Shuiyin was exceptionally strong, but he was also quite strong. 2 years ago, he nearly killed a purple-masked assassin from Blood Feather Tower. 2 years later, his strength was much greater. At this time, zoom! The general wearing a golden armor suddenly appeared in the air above the platform, and an oppressive aura instantly radiated from him. For a time, the entire area was silent. All the warriors in the area, even including the experts from the Earthly Dragon list, were shuddering under the oppression of this aura. The Yang Void realm. Jian Wushuang also flashed a trace of fear. The Yin-Yang Void realm was divided into 2 realms, the Yin Void and the Yang Void, with the latter being stronger than the former. Each realm was divided into 4 sublevels: initial, profound, exceptional, and the peak. The two purple-masked assassins that Jian Wushuang encountered at the Clearwater Stronghold were all at the initial Yin Void Realm. They were the lowest among experts of the Yin Yang Void Realm. The top 20 experts on the Earthly Dragon list were known to be able to match warriors in the Yin Yang Void Realm, and the top 10 even possessed the strength to kill warriors in the Yin Yang Void Realm. However, this only refers to Yin Void level of the Yin Yang Void Realm. If it was the profound Yin Void Realm, it would be a completely different story. Like Lin Yin, the governor of Blizzard City. He was in the profound Yin Void Realm 2 years ago at Quiet Moon Lake. As for the Yang Void Realm, it was more formidable and more terrifying than the Yin Void Realm. Palace Masters White and Black from Dragon Palace and Grey Robe from Blood Feather Tower were all at the Yang Void Realm. The Golden Armored General who appeared at this moment was a supreme expert in the Yang Void Realm. This Golden Armored General, suspended in the air, used his aura to silence everyone below. Then he slowly began to say, "The 68 Gold Core Realm Warriors who are participating in the selection battle should listen carefully. The location of this selection battle is in the Cloud Mountains next to you. The Cloud Mountains are made up of 15 giant mountains. At the moment, there are 15 spirit beasts, one on each of the 15 mountains. The goal of this selection battle is very simple. You just have to kill any of the 15 beasts and get its core. The selection battle will last for 7 days. After 7 days, the 15 men who give me a core will pass the selection battle." The voice of this Golden Armored General was magnificent and echoed throughout the entire area, so all the warriors in the area heard him clearly. "Kill the spirit beasts and bring back the core." Jian Wushuang's gaze focused slightly and his expression grew a little weird. He fought with the spirit beasts numerous times, so he was not afraid of them. What surprised him was the duration of this selection battle. The Cloud Mountains were rather small. With a group of people searching, all 15 spirit beasts could be found and killed in half a day. In other words, all 15 cores might be claimed within a day. But the selection battle would last 7 days. Before the 7th day, even if someone had a core, it would mean nothing. The cores for passing the selection battle could only be handed over to the Golden Armored General 7 days later. 7 days. They just want to watch us fight for 7 days. 68 warriors in the Gold Core Realm are participating in this selection battle. However, there will only be 15 victors in 7 days. Once Jian Wushuang understood the rules of this selection battle, he smiled slightly. The voice of that Golden Armored General continued to echo. In the 7-day selection battle, nobody can leave the Cloud Mountain range unless they give up. In addition, you are allowed to kill in this selection battle. That is to say, if your strength is poor, dying here could be your destiny. Similarly, as long as you have the strength, you can kill your opponents to gain the core needed to pass the selection battle. If you are attacked by the sect or experts associated with the person you killed here, our Golden Dragon Palace's experts will help you. In other words, in this selection battle, you can do anything you want. But there is one rule. During this selection battle, it is forbidden to swallow elixirs that can increase your cultivation level in a short time. Anyone who breaks this rule will be executed. As for other means, feel free to show your full strength. Hearing this, the 68 Gold Core Realm experts that were participating in this selection battle all grew serious, barring a few people who were confident in their own strength. Obviously, this selection battle would be very cruel. Chapter 158, Cloud Mountain Range. Chapter 158, Cloud Mountain Range. It is currently noon. Give me the cores at this time in 7 days. Then you will be counted as having passed the selection battle. Only then can you participate in the easternmost hunt in 2 months. Now, everybody enters the Cloud Mountain Range. After saying that, the Golden Armored General was finished. Several dozen figures in the field immediately glided towards the nearby mountain range without any hesitation. Jian Wushuang, Yang Zishuan, Su Rou, and the other 7 disciples of Dragon Palace suddenly moved forward as well. Shui Yin directly floated towards the Cloud Mountain Range too. On the way, he couldn't help glancing at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang also glanced at Shui Yin. Shui Yin opened his mouth, slowly mouthed a few words. Although he did not speak it out, Jian Wushuang could understand the words. It was, "You are a dead man." Who dies first is still uncertain. Jian Wushuang's face was cold. In just an instant, the 68 Gold Core Realm experts participating in the selection battle had already entered the Cloud Mountain Range. It was a remote mountain range, and normally few people entered it, but now a fierce and bloody fight would be held there. Jian Wushuang, "Good luck to you guys," said Bailey Qin. "Good luck." Jian Wushuang also nodded. Soon after, Bailey Qin and several other disciples of Dragon Palace scattered. The number of spirit beasts was just 15, with the same number of cores. That was to say, only a few people could get the cores. If the disciples of Dragon Palace dragons stayed together, their overall strength was enough to get some cores. However, the distribution of the cores would be a big problem, so they chose to fight separately. Second brother, fourth sister, how about you guys? Jian Wushuang asked. "I can get a core on my own," Yang Zishuan said coldly. "I also want to use my own strength to make it through the selection battle," Su Ro said. "All right, then we 3 will separate as well. We all must be careful. Even if it's not possible to get a core, don't worry about it. Staying alive is more important," Jian Wushuang said. Su Ro and I only have to face the ordinary experts of the earthly dragon list. You, on the other hand, have to face Shui Yin. You need to be very careful. Don't put yourself in a dangerous situation." With his lip curled, Yang Zishuan instantly left by himself. "Wushuang, you have to be careful," Su Ro said seriously. "Don't worry." Jian Wushuang smiled, but soon he took back the smile and asked, "Su Ro, let me ask you." After talking with Jian Wushuang for a moment, Su Ro left alone as well. Jian Wushuang touched his nose. Soon after, he raised his head and looked toward the giant mountain in front of him. "I'll just choose this one." With a smile, Jian Wushuang stepped forward and glided toward the mountain. The mountain was very huge. It took some time to find a spirit beast, even when the mountain was very quiet. But right at that moment, howl! A fierce roar sounded from another nearby mountain, followed by an extremely violent aura. Noticing the aura, the Gold Core Realm experts in the Cloud Mountain Range all became startled. Yin-Yang Void Realm. As expected, it's a spirit beast in the Yin-Yang Void Realm. Judging from the aura, it should be an ordinary spirit beast in the Yin-Yang Void Realm. These Gold Core Realm experts already understood. When they were informed by the Golden Armored General that there were 15 spirit beasts in the Cloud Mountain Range, most of them already figured out that those beasts should be in the Yin-Yang Void Realm. After all, the participants in the selection battle were all the most talented geniuses in Tianzong Dynasty. The weakest among them was strong enough to defeat the experts in the initial Yin Void Realm, while the strongest, in the top 10 on the earthly dragon list, could kill experts in the initial Yin Void Realm. In such a high-level selection battle, it was impossible for them to just face spirit beasts in the Gold Core Realm. So when they noticed the aura of this spirit beast, none of them were surprised. "The first beast has already been discovered. Not sure who will get it, though," Jian Wushuang thought. But he quickly put the thought at the back of his mind. Instead, he paid full attention to this mountain, which also contained a spirit beast. 15 mountains, each with a spirit beast. Boom! A blazing energy suddenly roared from the top of the mountain. After immediately raising his head, Jian Wushuang saw a fierce spiritual power fluctuation. At the same time, he sensed a very violent aura. "Ha ha! The spirit beast is over there." With his eyes glistening, Jian Wushuang glided towards the top of the mountain. At the same time, there were 3 other Gold Core Realm experts who noticed. They also eyed this mountain. In just a few moments, Jian Wushuang and the other 3 appeared on the mountain top, together with the Gold Core Realm warrior who was already fighting that spirit beast. There were 5 people on this mountain. When Jian Wushuang appeared, the other 4 simultaneously looked towards him. It's understandable. Before the selection battle, Jian Wushuang had a fierce fight with Shui Yun, and the fight ended in a draw. His strength was already recognized by everyone. He was certainly one of the most terrifying experts in this selection battle, so naturally he would draw attention. Jian Wushuang looked at the spirit beast in the center instead of the 4 experts. It was a leopard spirit beast with a purple pattern all over its body, like a purple cloud. The spirit beast was not big, but an astonishing and violent aura radiated from it. Demonic cloud leopard. Jian Wushuang smiled because he had already identified it. Soon after, he looked at the 4 and muttered, "It should be easy for them to kill the demonic cloud leopard with their strength. However, they are waiting around. Apparently they are worried about something." Jian Wushuang was right. All of them were worried about a few things, and he was their biggest worry. "Jian Wushuang, we 4 found this demonic cloud leopard before you. It should be a contest among us 4. You go somewhere else," a red-robed woman among the 4 said. This red-robed woman was the strongest among the 4. She was also ranked 8th on the earthly dragon list. Demon girl Ling Shuer, ranked 8th on earthly dragon list. As per the ranking, Ling Shuer was higher than him, but having experienced the fierce fight between Jian Wushuang and Shui Yun before the selection battle, Ling Shuer felt some apprehension upon seeing him. This is a selection battle. Even if you guys get the core, I can still take it from you. Not to mention that you have not killed the demonic cloud leopard yet. You don't have the power to make me leave," Jian Wushuang said and smiled coldly, while withdrawing the triple kill sword from its sheath. A fierce sword essence suddenly rushed out. "If you are not willing to leave, then I will have to drive you out," Ling Shuer said coldly, with an aquamarine long whip in her hand. Chapter 159, 3 strips. Chapter 159, 3 strips. A whip. Jian Wushuang queerly smiled. Whoosh! The demonic and seductive figure of Ling Shuer instantly moved. Like a glamorous viper, Ling Shuer appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, flicking out the aquamarine long whip. At that time, many streaks of the waves were rolling without cessation. Jian Wushuang felt that he was sucked down by the whirlpool, and the boundless seawater was squeezed toward him. With this level of strength, you are qualified to be ranked 8th on the earthly dragon list. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and then struck out with a triple kill sword. Fiery wind sword essence suddenly rushed forward, forming a fiery wind dragon which seemed to burn and tear up everything. In an instant, that endless wave was frantically scattered around with overwhelming strength. What? Ling Shuer was shocked. Previously, when she witnessed Jian Wushuang fighting with Shui Yun on the platform, she could tell that Jian Wushuang was strong, but she didn't know how strong. After all, she did not personally experience the power of Jian Wushuang's sword. But now she was experiencing it. It's too strong. If I fight with him in close combat, I will instantly be defeated. Although Ling Shuer was shocked, she looked calm. When Jian Wushuang was stabbing towards her with his long sword, her figure began to retreat, with a streak of cold light flashing in her eyes. "Go to hell!" Ling Shuer roared. Then 3 streaks of flowing light pierced the air and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang at an astonishing speed. Concealed weapons! The corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth were quirked up. Too easy. A burst of sword essence of earth rushed out from Jian Wushuang's sword, easily parrying the 3 streaks of flowing light. While the streaks were falling down, Jian Wushuang recognized that they were 3 tiny willow leaf knives covered with a greenish-black liquid. Obviously, that was poison. You are vicious. It's indeed correct to call you Demon Girl. Jian Wushuang and his sword shadow suddenly rushed forward. Ling Xuer could only try her best to brandish her long whip and parry it. However, Jian Wushuang's sword strikes were too fast and powerful. 6 moves were displayed in succession, and all of them were extremely powerful. After the 6 moves, Ling Xuer's hands were trembling and numb. Her face was pale, and her figure was quickly retreating. Ling Xuer, if you get in my way again, I guarantee that you will not see the sun tomorrow. Jian Wushuang looked at Ling Xuer with cold eyes. Ling Xuer was ranked 8th on the earthly dragon list. Killing her would take a little time. Ling Xuer's expression became gloomy. Although she was furious, now was not the time to show it. But at that moment, suddenly there was a loud scream. Jian Wushuang and Ling Xuer immediately looked in the direction of the scream. Both of their expressions immediately changed. They saw the demonic cloud leopard standing on the ground with a corpse lying in front of it. The head, separated from the body, was in the mouth of the demonic cloud leopard. With a fierce chomp, the head was instantly crushed. What happened? Both Jian Wushuang and Ling Xuer were shocked. When they were fighting, the remaining 3 people began attacking the demonic cloud leopard. They were all experts on the earthly dragon list, ranging from the 30th to the 40th rank on the list. Logically speaking, any one of them could defeat a beast in the Yin-Yang Void Realm. It was more than enough to kill a demonic cloud leopard if they worked together. But instead, it was the demonic cloud leopard that killed someone. This demonic cloud leopard. Jian Wushuang looked at the demonic cloud leopard again, this time in astonishment. He was surprised to see that there were 3 purple cloud stripes on its abdomen. 3 stripes. Jian Wushuang was shocked. A 3-striped demonic cloud leopard. Ling Xuer was also shocked. Demonic cloud leopards, a kind of senior spirit beast, were rare in Tianzong Dynasty, and most of them were in the Gold Core realm. As for the demonic cloud leopards in the Yin-Yang Void realm, it was estimated that only 1 or 2 existed in the whole Tianzong Dynasty. Demonic cloud leopards had 3 levels. The levels were based on the number of purple cloud stripes on their abdomen. The most normal demonic cloud leopard had only 1 purple cloud stripe. A demonic cloud leopard with 2 purple cloud stripes was very rare. As for 3 purple cloud stripes, it might not be possible to find one in 100 demonic cloud leopards. There was a huge discrepancy in the strength of demonic cloud leopards at each level. For a demonic cloud leopard in the Yin-Yang Void realm, if it had 1 stripe, it was comparable to the most common experts in the initial Yin Void realm. A 3-striped demonic cloud leopard could absolutely be compared to an expert at the peak of the initial Yin Void realm, maybe even an expert in the profound Yin Void realm. When they arrived, they assumed the demonic cloud leopard was only a normal demonic cloud leopard with 1 stripe. No one had paid attention. Now they realized it was a big mistake. I thought the 15 spirit beasts in the Cloud Mountain Range were common spirit beasts in the Yin-Yang Void realm. Apparently I was wrong. Among the 15 beasts, there are some powerful and terrifying spirit beasts, such as the 3-striped demonic cloud leopard, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. After they discovered the 3-striped demonic cloud leopard, a large number of experts in the Yin-Yang Void realm gathered in the air above the Cloud Mountain Range, overlooking everything below. They could see everything that happened in the Cloud Mountain Range from their position. Haha, these fellows really thought those 15 spirit beasts would be easily defeated. They underestimated the cruelty of this selection battle. It seems like all 15 spirit beasts are only in the normal Yin-Yang Void realm, but 3 of them are unique spirit beasts with strength that is close to the profound Yin Void realm. They are hard to deal with. This three-striped demonic cloud leopard is only the first one. There are two other spirit beasts that are close to the profound Een Void realm, and they will soon come across these little fellows. How unfortunate for these little fellows. The experts of the Een Void realm were casually talking. On the mountain top, Jian Wushuang's expression had become cold. However, the gazes of Ling Shuer and other two earthly dragon list experts were filled with fear after seeing this three-striped demonic cloud leopard. The three-striped demonic cloud leopard is in the Een Void realm. Even if I could fight it with my full strength, I'm afraid that I could not kill it. Squinting her eyes, Ling Shuer immediately made a decision and looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, you wanted me to get out of the way, right? So I'll leave. This demonic cloud leopard is yours. I hope you will cherish it and take good care of it. After that, Ling Shueker turned around without hesitation and left. Chapter 160, Fierce Fight. Chapter 160, Fierce Fight. After Ling Shuer left, the other two experts looked at each other and then left as well. None of them had the confidence to face this three-striped, demonic cloud leopard in the Een Void realm. On the entire mountaintop, Jian Wushuang was the only one who stayed to fight with this demonic cloud leopard. During 2 years of earnest cultivation in the Sword Tomb, my strength improved a lot. However, I have not used my full strength in a fight since I left the Sword Tomb. But this three-striped demonic cloud leopard, glancing at the animal in front of him, Jian Wushuang's eyes shined with battle intent. Indeed, since he left the Sword Tomb, he fought several times, but none of them were fierce battles. The opponents were too weak to be his match. The slaughter in Clearwater Stronghold was a good example. While facing two purple-masked assassins, he easily killed one of them. When he challenged the Heavenly Palace, he did his utmost, but the opponents were just puppets. Their strength was only enough to hold him back, not enough to be considered a life-and-death battle. Up till now, he had not experienced a truly fierce fight. Only a truly fierce battle would help him fully digest the progress he made in the Sword Tomb over the past 2 years. This three-striped demonic cloud leopard, which possessed battle strength close to the profound Een Void realm, was completely capable of challenging him. Come on. With a monstrous battle intent, Jian Wushuang's body flashed like a flowing light and rushed forward like a sharp sword. Human! Demonic cloud leopard's eyes were blood-red and surging with potent killing intent. Being a spirit beast in the Een Void realm, its intelligence was the same as a human. When the human expert captured it, it was told that it could live as long as it survived for 7 days. As a spirit beast, its survival instinct was very strong. Go to hell! With a roar, the demonic cloud leopard suddenly rushed forward with a speed that was even a bit faster than Jian Wushuang. It instantly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, waving its sharp claws towards him. These claws seemed as if they could tear apart the world. Jian Wushuang simultaneously released the fiery wind sword essence. The triple kill sword suddenly rushed forward like a vast fire dragon. The 8th move of the formless sword art, Jian Wushuang used this move with his full power. Bang! Soon after, a deep collision was heard, and the demonic cloud leopard immediately retreated. In terms of pure power, I am stronger. Jian Wushuang smiled and muttered. He possessed a supreme gold core, so even in the profound gold core realm, his power was able to reach a whole new level. But the key reason was his sword art. Using the fiery wind sword essence with the formless sword art greatly enhanced his power. His strength was even greater than the demonic cloud leopard. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang displayed his second move, slashing out with the triple kill sword again. He used the 8th move of the formless sword art once more. But demonic cloud leopard wasn't stupid. It knew it could not win based on strength, so it aimed to win with its speed. With a dash, the beast evaded Jian Wushuang's attack. All four legs kicked against the ground as it opened its mouth and revealed its cold teeth, directly pouncing towards Jian Wushuang's head. This was exactly how the previous earthly dragon list expert died while fighting with the demonic cloud leopard. Jian Wushuang did not panic at all. He immediately turned the fiery wind sword essence into earth sword essence, demonstrating the reincarnation sword skill. His long sword directly blocked the demonic cloud leopard as it closed in and prepared to pounce. Bang! With this collision, both Jian Wushuang and the demonic cloud leopard retreated backwards. This demonic cloud leopard moves pretty fast, and it's very flexible, Jian Wushuang muttered. This human, obviously the demonic cloud leopard noticed that Jian Wushuang was much stronger than the person he just killed. After a short pause, they fiercely attacked again. As this was happening, it was all being watched by the experts gathered in the air above the cloud mountain range. What is that young man Jian Wushuang doing? Is he really fighting with the demonic cloud leopard? Stupid, really stupid. It's not easy to kill a three-striped demonic cloud leopard. He should leave that mountain and fight the other spirit beasts rather than wasting time fighting with this demonic cloud leopard. The other beasts are much easier. Exactly. It's stupid to fight with the demonic cloud leopard. Ling Xuer was smart. She chose to leave and immediately went to another mountain. She understood it's not easy to deal with this demonic cloud leopard. The spirit beasts in the mountain, she went to have ordinary strength. Plus, she is the strongest expert there, so she has a very good chance of getting a core. Haha, he is not even scared of Shui Yin, not to mention this demonic cloud leopard. A silly boy. What an impetuous person. The peak experts were wantonly talking and laughing. The two palace masters of Dragon Palace, who were among them, wore sullen faces after hearing what they said. What is he doing? Why not just leave and go kill other spirit beasts? Palace Master White said and frowned. Among the peak experts, only one person understood Jian Wushuang's purpose. He was Dishi. Is this little guy training himself? Using this three-striped demonic cloud leopard to train? Training. Yes, he was training. It's been more than 2 years since Jian Wushuang took part in a fierce battle. The reason he fought with the three-striped demonic cloud leopard was not because he was silly or impulsive. He had his own purpose, which was to experience a fierce battle. He was eager for an intense fight. At the same time, during this fast-paced battle, he was gradually digesting the great progress he made over the last 2 years. Jian Wushuang and the demonic cloud leopard had been fighting for a long time on the mountaintop. Good. This feels so good. Sweat ran from Jian Wushuang's forehead, but he was getting excited. I have not been this satisfied for a long time. The opponent is just a spirit beast, but my whole body feels comfortable. But this is enough. Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked at the demonic cloud leopard. The demonic cloud leopard had erupted with its full strength in this fight just now. But Jian Wushuang had only displayed the fiery wind sword essence and earth sword essence. The former was used to attack and the latter for defense. Offense and defense combined without leaving any flaws. However, he never displayed the water drop sword essence during the fight. It's time to end this. After taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang violently stabbed out with his long sword again. But as the sword light rushed forward this time, what it contained was not the monstrous fiery wind sword essence, but torrential water drop sword essence. Suddenly, the sword light glided through the air like a mist, leaving a peculiar wave rippling in the air. The demonic cloud leopard immediately felt the sword essence surging towards it like the tide from all directions. It slashed out with its claws, continually swinging and tearing, trying to escape from this flowing sword essence. However, the more it struggled, the deeper it sank. Chapter 161, Ouyang Haoyan. Chapter 161, Ouyang Haoyan. just as I expected. To deal with such a speedy and agile spirit beast, Waterdrop Sword Essence is the most suitable way. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Raising the sword and churning up a wave, Jian Wushuang appeared right in front of the demonic cloud leopard. The demonic cloud leopard's maroon eyes fiercely shrank. It waved its claws, barely managing to block the sword. But the sword move suddenly changed, using fiery wind sword essence and fiercely stabbing right through its body at an amazing speed. Puff! The demonic cloud leopard's body hit the ground with its aura fading. It was already dead. This caused a large uproar up in the air. Waterdrop Sword Essence. That boy has such high comprehension in Waterdrop Sword Essence. He has shown his comprehension in the Earth, Gale, and Raging Fire Sword Essences, even managing to combine the Gale and Raging Fire Sword Essences. But who could have expected that he also comprehended Waterdrop Sword Essence? Mastering 4 kinds of sword essence at the same time. Even those top-class experts were a little stunned. Mastering 2 essences is usually the limit for most warriors. Mastering 3 is considered the true limit. Then what does mastering 4 essences mean? This kid comprehended 4 sword essences. So bold. Palace Master White repressed a sigh of admiration, with no hint of blame in her eyes. She had recognized long ago that Jian Wushuang was a super genius who was far beyond the average. Thus, he could not be judged using ordinary standards. His comprehension of Waterdrop Sword Essence is so profound that he was able to transition from it to the fiery wind sword essence. He could have killed that demonic cloud leopard earlier. So why did he wait until now? Palace Master Black asked, then shook his head while smiling. At the top of the mountain, right after killing the demonic cloud leopard, Jian Wushuang squatted down to collect the core, but right when he squatted down, clap, clap, clap. The sound of clapping rang out abruptly. Jian Wushuang's face stiffened. He looked over to where the sound was coming from and saw 2 figures walking slowly towards him. It's them. Jian Wushuang's eyes constricted. He knew the 2 men. He had encountered one of them before. It's Ouyang Haoyue and his big brother, Ouyang Haotian. Jian Wushuang scratched his nose. The 2 men coming towards him were exactly Ouyang Haotian and Ouyang Haoyue. Ouyang Haoyue had been holding a grudge against Jian Wushuang. The reason why Jian Wushuang ranked 10th on the earthly dragon list, so to speak, was that he defeated Ouyang Haoyue. At that moment, Ouyang Haoyue had said that when the selection of battle began, he would return twice the disgrace he got from Jian Wushuang. The 3-striped demonic cloud leopard had battle strength close to the profound Yin Void realm, and you killed it by yourself. Your strength really is outstanding, said Ouyang Haotian, who wore a gloomy smile with coldness in his eyes. What do you want? Jian Wushuang looked at Ouyang Haotian with a frosty expression on his face. He directly ignored Ouyang Haoyue. With your strength, I wouldn't normally be interested in fighting with you for that core. But there's bad blood between you and my little brother, and I can't pretend I don't know about you bullying him, Ouyang Haotian said. Jian Wushuang, I told you over a month ago that I will return what I got from you that day 2-fold. And the time for that is today. Ouyang Haoyue roared with hatred. You'll return it to me 2-fold? With just the 2 of you? Jian Wushuang looked indifferent. Not the 2 of us. I alone am enough, Ouyang Haotian said, with a hint of absolute confidence in his smile. Jian Wushuang looked over at him. Not long ago, Ouyang Haotian had defeated Mu Yingying, who ranked 3rd on the earthly dragon list, and took her place on the list. His strength was undoubtedly formidable. But Jian Wushuang wouldn't bear him in mind with such a battle record. What surprised him was, why is Ouyang Haotian so confident? Why don't you come and try? Jian Wushuang's voice was cold, and the sword essence that once ceased was explosively surging from his body again. Hee, I won't let you down. Just as Ouyang Haotian's voice spread out, his figure rushed forward. He appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, with a streak of ice-cold light suddenly shining. He was holding a long, pitch-black spear, its head glittering with a metallic luster under the sunshine, incomparably dazzling. Soundlessly, the long spear thrust towards Jian Wushuang. Water drop and earth essences. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. He recognized the water drop and earth essences. Not only that, they were combined together. Obviously, Ouyang Haotian was also an absolute genius who could combine two essences. Among the 68 geniuses who participated in the selection competition, there were no more than 5 who had achieved the combination of two essences. Ouyang Haotian was one of them. Humph! Jian Wushuang sneered and chopped out with his triple-kill sword, straight from the sheath near his shoulder. Shwa! It cut through the air. The sword's edge landed directly on the ice-cold spearhead, with the fiery wind sword essence bursting to its limit. Pia! A blast roared. The long pitch-black spear tilted, but it quickly thrust out like poisonous snake's tongue. Shoo! 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 Whips of spear shadows stabbed toward Jian Wushuang in rapid succession, with each of the shadows aimed directly at his throat. Jian Wushuang, leisurely and unhurried, fended off the spears with the reincarnation sword skill. Clang! 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 The sound of continuous clashes burst out. The spear shadows were extremely fast and attacked at tricky angles, forcing Jian Wushuang to keep retreating. Dozens of spears thrust out, although all of them were blocked by his reincarnation sword skill. Jian Wushuang has forced back tens of feet, until he finally crashed into a giant tree on the mountaintop. Crack! The giant tree, tens of meters high, exploded from the center. Jian Wushuang managed to regain his balance, then brushed the wood chips off his shoulder. He roused his strength, instantly causing the muscles and bones in his body to make loud cracking sounds. Then Jian Wushuang looked toward Ouyang Haotian. His voice was cold and hard as he said, Ouyang Haotian, please don't tell me this is all you've got. Oh. Ouyang Haotian raised his brows and said, It's true that the strength I just showed is not a threat to someone like you, who killed a 3-striped demonic cloud leopard by himself, so... An intense light flashed in Ouyang Haotian's eyes. Then his body rushed forward like lightning. The ice-cold spear shadow pierced through the air like an electric drill, instantly appearing in front of Jian Wushuang. The same spear move? Jian Wushuang looked indifferent. It seemed to be the same as the first move Ouyang Haotian demonstrated just a moment ago, because the essence comprehension in the move was being suppressed. While still being cautious, Jian Wushuang immediately chopped toward the spear shadow with his triple-kill sword. However, when the spear shadow collided with the triple-kill sword... What? Jian Wushuang's face changed immediately. Chapter 162. Half-Step Yin-Yang Realm. Chapter 162. Half-Step Yin-Yang Realm. It seemed like the same spear move, but when the spear clashed with the triple-kill sword, Jian Wushuang sensed a tremendous power pass through his hand, instantly numbing his arm and forcing him to quickly retreat. Jian Wushuang hit the trees behind him again, but this time he didn't stop until he had smashed 3 giant trees. Jian Wushuang's forehead nodded as he frowned, and the blood in his body was slightly turbulent. His strength suddenly increased so much. Jian Wushuang looked towards Ouyang Haotian again, noticing a dramatic change in his spiritual power. His aura, Jian Wushuang's eyes froze. He could feel that the aura given radiating from Ouyang Haotian was far beyond the exceptional gold core realm, but still slightly below the yin-yang void realm. It seemed like something between the gold core realm and the yin-yang void realm. Half-step yin-yang realm. Jian Wushuang understood immediately. The realm between the Gold Core realm and the Yin-Yang Void realm was the half-step Yin-Yang realm. It resulted when a Gold Core realm warrior forcibly repressed his realm when it was breaking through to the Yin-Yang Void realm. But under normal circumstances, no one would choose to do so. After all, a Gold Core realm warrior would naturally strive to break through, who would repress his own realm instead of ascending to the next level. Therefore, the half-step Yin-Yang realm was rarely seen in the Tianzong dynasty. Ouyang Haoyin was obviously in the half-step Yin-Yang realm. You noticed? Ouyang Haoyin sneered while looking at Jian Wushuang, then said, "If it wasn't for the easternmost hunt happening so soon, I would have been in the Yin-Yang Void realm half a year ago. But I suppressed my realm so I could join the hunt." Jian Wushuang, you do not understand the pain of suppressing your cultivation when you are able to break through to a higher level, do you? I sacrificed so much just to perform better in the easternmost hunt, and you will be my first stepping stone. After killing you, my next goal will be Shuiyin. Ouyang Haoyin's voice rang out coldly as he was slowly walking toward Jian Wushuang. Up in the air, those top experts were also in a tumult. Half-step Yin-Yang realm. Is it the half-step Yin-Yang realm? This little guy from the Ouyang clan is amazing. These experts were quite shocked. The half-step Yin-Yang realm, although not a complete Yin-Yang Void realm, was much stronger than the Gold Core realm. Brother Ouyang, this time the Ouyang clan has trained an extraordinary little guy. Congratulations! With a cultivation at the half-step Yin-Yang realm and the combined earth and water drop essences, Shuiyin may be the only one with enough strength to overshadow him among the Gold Core realm warriors in this selection battle. There should be a place for this little guy in the 15 geniuses from this selection battle. He should also perform very well at the easternmost hunt. He might even be picked up by those old sections. If so, the entire Ouyang clan would gain great benefits. All these experts were complimenting him. The person receiving their compliments was a white-haired old man, the present master of the Ouyang clan, who was smiling from ear to ear while listening to their flattery. If a great genius from a clan joined an old sect, the whole clan would gain huge influence. The core disciples of those old sects will even be sought after by small empires like the Tianzong dynasty. On top of the giant mountain, Jian Wushuang was still struggling in his fight against Ouyang Haoyin. Shoop, 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 shoop. Streaks of spear shadows thrust coldly toward Jian Wushuang, each shadow piercing the air with immense power. Jian Wushuang could only fend off these spears by using the reincarnation sword skill to the limit of his ability, but the gap between their strengths was slowly exhausting him. My cultivation, which is in the profound Gold Core realm, is only on par with the exceptional Gold Core realm because my supreme Gold Core can enhance my power by 100-fold, but it still can't compare with the half-step Yin-Yang realm. Jian Wushuang shook his head. His current level of cultivation was not strong enough. If he could reach the exceptional Gold Core realm, with the support of his supreme Gold Core, he could match a normal Yin-Yang Void realm, which was stronger than Ouyang Haoyin. But for now, he was still weaker than Ouyang Haoyin because he was in the profound Gold Core realm. Since I can't defeat him with strength, I'll have to depend on my comprehension. A billowing battle intent flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. In 7 days, there would be a life and death battle between Shuiyin and him, and Shuiyin was far stronger than Ouyang Haoyin. If he could not defeat Ouyang Haoyin, then fighting Shuiyin would be the same as putting his head on the chopping block. Haha, go to hell. Ouyang Haoyin laughed as the spear in his hand began to change its movements. The spear sometimes slashed out, swung up, pounded down, and thrust forward with a cold light from time to time. The spear moves, perfectly combining the earth and water drop essences, was incredibly powerful. As he struggled to fend off the attacks, Jian Wushuang's face suddenly changed. Then he stared at the movements Ouyang Haoyin displayed, and his eyes flashed as he sensed the realm embedded in the spear moves. This spear move. Water drop essence. Water drop essence can be used this way? At this moment, Jian Wushuang had an epiphany. In the 2 years he meditated in the sword tomb, it took him only 1 year and 3 months to combine the Gale and Raging Fire sword essences. He spent the remaining time trying to combine a third sword essence. He had experienced some enlightenment during the following months. But regardless of whether it was the Earth sword essence or the Water drop sword essence, he was missing something crucial that prevented him from combining either of them with the sword essences of Gale and Raging Fire. It was indeed the little things that he missed that troubled him for a long time. But now, seeing the endless water drop essence that was bursting from Ouyang Haotian's spear moves, Jian Wushuang was inspired, and the thing he was missing gradually became clear. Boom! The long, pitch-dark spear struck out like a majestic mountain, which Jian Wushuang barely managed to ward off with his sword. A loud bang rang out as the power exploded, and then Jian Wushuang's entire body sank down into the ground. "Prepare to die, you little brat!" Ouyang Haotian laughed and then pierced forward with his spear, directly toward Jian Wushuang's heart. But Jian Wushuang suddenly hacked out with his sword, making Ouyang Haotian immediately withdraw. What? Ouyang Haotian looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. At this moment, Jian Wushuang had already struggled out from where he had sunk into the ground and lifted his head. A touch of a weird smile emerged on his cold face. "I have to thank you, Ouyang Haotian. If it were not for you, I would not have broken through so quickly." Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled. At that moment, the triple kill sword in his hand had the sword essences of Gale, Raging Fire, and Water Drop perfectly combined together. Chapter 163. The combination of 3 sword essences. Chapter 163. The combination of 3 sword essences. Breakthrough. Though Ouyang Haotian's face changed, he still sneered and said, "It won't be enough to save your life." As soon as the words finished, Ouyang Haotian launched another attack. A spear shadow immediately struck out like a flickering serpent's tongue. While watching this with cold eyes, Jian Wushuang clenched his triple-kill sword and combined the sword essences of Raging Fire, Gale, and Water Drop. The long sword instantly turned into a flowing light, slashing forward through the air. Selfless sword technique, the first move. Bang! The sword light collided with the spear shadow, splitting the inky long spear in half. Then the powerful sword light continued, hacking straight through Ouyang Haotian. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang appeared beside Ouyang Haotian at the same time. Speaking slowly with a cold voice, he said, "This is the first time I have used this move in the selection battle. Consider it your honor to be killed by it." After hearing what Jian Wushuang said, Ouyang Haotian widened his eyes with an unbelievable expression. Then his body slowly collapsed. It was not until Ouyang Haotian landed on the ground that his blood began flowing from the center of his forehead. Looking closely, there was a huge sword scar that ran from the center of his eyebrows to the lower half of his body. This sword scar ended his life. Ouyang Haotian, ranked 3rd on the earthly dragon list in the half-Yinyang realm, was killed by a single move. In the air above the Cloud Mountain range, there was a tense atmosphere surrounding the many experts that were watching this battle. As they watched Jian Wushuang and Ouyang Haotian continue fighting, they began talking and laughing. "Look, those 2 guys are still going at it." Haha, still, but it's obvious that Jian Wushuang is being completely suppressed. It's normal. In this selection battle, Shui Yun is the only one who is stronger than Ouyang Haotian. As for the others, there's no one who could be his equal. Not the 2nd on the earthly dragon list, Bailey Qin, and not Jian Wushuang either. This guy is really impetuous. It was understandable for him to have a fierce battle with demonic Cloud, Leopard if you consider its strength. However, There is a distinct gap between them in the strength. He is just being foolish by fighting with Ouyang Haotian. Does he want to die? Haha, he is a little silly. These experts continued talking casually, but Palace Master Black and Palace Master White showed unnatural expressions while listening to them. What the hell is he doing? Why isn't he escaping? He is obviously unable to compete with Ouyang Haotian. Palace Master White's forehead scrunched up tightly. Then, suddenly, something strange happened on the battlefield. Jian Wushuang forced Ouyang Haotian to retreat with a sudden outburst from a single move. When such a fantastic move was displayed, those experts watching from above were all attracted by it. The sword light fell, and Ouyang Haotian died instantly. Silence. Dull. Dozens of experts had been watching this battle from above, and all of them were stunned at this moment. A few minutes ago, some of them regarded Jian Wushuang as foolish and impetuous, but now, Ouyang Haotian had been killed in a single move. Was he really impetuous? Foolish. The combination of 3 sword essences. Seeing that even the Emperor Dishi, who sat in the center on a throne, couldn't help standing up with a bright light flashing in his eyes. 3 sword essences. Exactly. That move didn't just contain 3 sword essences. It combined all 3 of them perfectly. He actually combined 3 sword essences in such a perfect way. It's no wonder he was able to increase his strength in such a short period. Those experts exclaimed in surprise. When combining sword essences, the power naturally became stronger. The power of 2 combined sword essences was much stronger than only 1 sword essence. As for the combination of 3 sword essences, the strength would increase explosively. Jian Wushuang used to conjecture that if he combined 3 sword essences, his fighting strength would at least triple. But his strength had actually increased by a factor of 5. This rapid improvement in strength made it possible for him to kill Ouyang Haotian, who was in the half-step Yin-Yang realm. It's extraordinary for a warrior in the Gold Core realm to combine 2 essences. No more than 5 people in this selection battle can combine 2 essences. Someone who can combine 3 essences is more truly an exceptional genius. She said in a low voice, and then he looked at Palace Masters Black and White, then asked, "How old is he?" "Your Majesty, Jian Wushuang is 19 years old this year," Palace Master White directly responded. "Only 19 years old? Not even 20 years old." Even she couldn't help exclaiming after hearing his true age. The other experts were also shocked. Was it possible for a 19-year-old kid to combine 3 sword essences? "This young guy definitely has a promising future," Dishi said. Hearing this, Palace Master Black smiled. It reminded him of what he had said when Jian Wushuang challenged the Dragon Gate. He is very promising. If we give him chance to grow, he'll definitely become a top expert in Dragon Palace. Even ascending the Heavenly Dragon list will not be a question. However, as such an exceptional genius, he faced several assassination attempts from Blood Feather Tower. Palace Master White said in a cold voice, involuntarily looked at Greyrobe. Assassination attempts. She's face fell as he looked at Greyrobe. "Your Majesty, the assassination was ordered by the Tower Master, and it's a Scarlet Kill command. If there are any questions or issues, Your Majesty, you would have to speak directly with Tower Master," Greyrobe replied. She's pupil slightly shrunk. Although he was the monarch of the Tianzong dynasty and the strongest expert ranked on the Heavenly Dragon list, he was unwilling to make contact with that Tower Master unless he had to. Simply put, the mysterious Tower Master of Blood Feather Tower was an insurmountable person. 2 years ago, when Dragon Palace crazily seeking revenge on Blood Feather Tower, that mysterious Tower Master personally went to Dishi and convinced him to order Dragon Palace to stop. "Leave it alone." She waved his hand and then sat down again. But the other experts in the area were still having trouble recovering completely. At this moment, Palace Master Black and the Palace Master White were laughing loudly and feeling very delighted. Some people were happy, but others were distressed. Like the elder of Ouyang clan, this white-haired old man turned his face away with an extremely gloomy expression. His heart was full of joy just a moment ago. But the most excellent person in the Ouyang clan, the one that most likely to be accepted as an exceptional genius by those ancient sects, was killed in front of him. How could he not be angry? His heart was bleeding. Now, those experts who flattered and envied him before were all looking at him with pity. Chapter 164, 7 Days. Chapter 164, 7 Days. At the summit of the mountain, while watching Ouyang Haotian's body fall down, Ouyang Haoyue's original cold-smiling face instantly turned pale. Brother, how could it be possible? How? Ouyang Haoyue couldn't believe it. Just now, his brother completely overpowered Jian Wushuang, but in a matter of seconds it had been reversed. His brother had died by Jian Wushuang's sword. Your brother is dead. Now it's your turn. Jian Wushuang's cold eyes suddenly looked towards Ouyang Haoyue. That look was enough. Ouyang Haoyue was scared out of his wits. He attempted to flee, but he was much slower than Jian Wushuang. A beam of sword light flashed past Ouyang Haoyue's body, instantly killing him. After combining 3 sword essences, Jian Wushuang could already kill Ouyang Haotian, who was in half-step yin-yang realm, with one move. Killing Ouyang Haoyue was a piece of a cake. The moment Ouyang Haoyue was killed by Jian Wushuang, a chair suddenly cracked up in the air. The leader of the Ouyang clan stood up, with his hair and long beard billowing out, generating an overwhelming aura, and his eyes were burning with fury. Seeing this, everyone understood why this white-haired old man was so angry, and they didn't say anything. Seriously, though the Ouyang clan was one of the 7 top clans in Tianzong dynasty, it was rare for such a genius to appear. They were lucky enough to have 2 genius born in this generation, and they were brothers. However, both of them were killed by the same person in this selection battle. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be angry as well. If it was anywhere besides the selection battle, the white-haired old man would have already killed Jian Wushuang. At the summit of the mountain, Jian Wushuang directly sat cross-legged on the ground and started recovering his spiritual power after killing the Ouyang brothers. These 2 successive battles had consumed a lot of his spiritual power. How are second brother and 4th sister doing? Jian Wushuang wondered, but he was not actually worried about it. With his strength, Zaishuan could rank in the top 10 or above on the earthly dragon list. Even without being reckless with his strength, it would not be difficult for him to get a core. After all, only those who ranked in the top 5 could threaten him. Among the top 5, Shui Yun, an exceptional genius, ranked first, and no one dared to challenge him. Therefore, as soon as he got a core, he would stop fighting. Bailey Chen was a disciple of Dragon Palace and ranked 2nd. He would definitely not challenge Yang Zaishuan. Ouyang Haotian, who ranked 3rd, was killed by Jian Wushuang. Mu Yingying and Feng Yutian, ranking 4th and 5th respectively, could threaten Yang Zaishuan. However, even if Yang Zaishuan couldn't defeat them in a head-on competition, he was able to save his own life. As for Su Rou, Jian Wushuang knew Su Rou had many secrets, and she was also full of tactics. All the warriors in the selection battle, even the strongest, Shui Yun, might be unable to truly kill her. I already have a core. I need to use the next few days to prepare for the battle with Shui Yun. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining. The selection battle lasted for 7 days, and today was only the first day. Before the selection battle ended, he would definitely confront Shui Yun. Therefore, he needed to be well prepared. For that reason, he stayed on the top of the mountain and made his preparations for the battle with Shui Yun. Throughout the Cloud Mountain Range, the fighting and killing continued. On the first day in the Cloud Mountain Range, 68 Gold Core Realm experts experienced the fiercest and craziest fights over the 15 beast cores. Of the 15 spirit beasts, 3 of them almost reached profound Een Void Realm, while the other 12 were in the initial Een Void Realm. However, they were all killed within half a day. After the spirit beasts were killed, the Gold Core Realm experts fiercely fought with each other. Among the 15 mountains, fierce fights happened on the top of almost every mountain. In a single day, all 15 cores had been claimed and less than 30 Gold Core Realm experts were still alive in Cloud Mountain Range. 68 Gold Core Realm experts joined the selection battle. However, only a day later, more than half of them had been eliminated. Among those who were eliminated, 90% of them were killed in a fierce battle. Only a few of them left the Cloud Mountain Range, realizing that the selection battle was horrifying and because they lacked confidence. The remaining Gold Core Realm experts who didn't get cores lingered on, looking for opportunities. After all, the selection battle would last for 7 days. On the second day, it was quiet during the day, but during the night, a fierce fight took place again, after 3 experts joined together and sneak attacked another expert who possessed a core. Though it was not as fierce as the first day, several experts were eliminated. On the third day, there was a fierce fight in the Cloud Mountain Range that caused a lot of noise. It was the battle between Yang Zishuan and Ling Xuer. Ling Xuer, ranked 8th on Earthly Dragon List, had once competed with Jian Wushuang for a short time, while Yang Zishuan, who was unknown before and was not even on Earthly Dragon List, made his name known to all after this battle. During the battle, Ling Xuer tried her best to keep the beast core. However, Yang Zishuan directly killed her with a thunderbolt attack. After the battle, the experts who were watching from the air thought Yang Zishuan was qualified to rank in the top 5. On the 6th day, the last day was almost here. All the Gold Core Realm warriors who did not have a core could not wait any longer, so they all acted. So did Su Ro. Su Ro had kept a low profile during the selection battle. It was not until the 6th day that she joined with some others and killed a warrior with a core. Then they fought for the core, which was taken by Su Ro. Then she was besieged by several Gold Core Realm warriors. However, even after they used all their skills, they could do nothing to her. She was like a ball of cotton in which could not be crushed or smashed. In the end, she succeeded in getting a core. On the same day, Qing Tsang, the disciple of Dragon Palace who ranked 6th on the Earthly Dragon List, was sneakily attacked by several Gold Core Realm warriors and eventually killed. Other disciples of Dragon Palace could only feel sorry for him. Finally, it was the last day of the selection battle. After sitting at the top of the mountain for 6 days, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes with a sharp light shining in them. It's the last day. Come on. After saying that, a sharp sword essence radiated from his body, soaring into the sky.